There's a truth most people don't want to face. If others don't feel clarity, strength, and certainty in your voice, they won't trust you, they won't follow you, and they won't take action because of you. You can have great ideas, deep experience, and real value. But if the way you think and the way you speak doesn't reflect that, the world will never see your full potential. Most people still believe communication is about sounding smooth or talking confidently. But real influence doesn't come from being smooth. It comes from clear thinking. It comes from calm authority. It comes from choosing strong, precise words. It comes from controlling your tone, your breathing, your pacing, your timing, and knowing exactly when to speak and when to hold silence. Many fall into the same exhausting loop, speaking before their thoughts are ready, explaining more because they weren't clear the first time, adding even more words because they fear they'll be misunderstood. They talk long, but don't talk sharp. They talk much, but don't move anyone. They talk hoping to be heard instead of speaking with the intention to lead. Meanwhile, leaders operate differently. They think before they speak. They speak less, but speak better. They choose their words like tools, sharp, intentional, necessary. They hold a calm, steady voice that commands attention. They let silence work for them, and people act not because they're pressured, but because they feel respect. The difference between these two groups has nothing to do with talent, intelligence, or natural ability. The difference lies in 4 core pillars: clarity in thinking, authority in tone, precision in language, and timing in delivery. When you understand these 4 pillars, every conversation becomes an opportunity to lead. When you lack even one of them, your words lose their weight immediately. What you're about to hear is not a motivational talk. It's not meant to just sound good. This is real training, a sharpening of the mind, a refinement of your voice, a rebuilding of how you show up in the world. You will learn how to organize your thoughts, how to control your voice, how to choose powerful words, how to manage your emotional tone, how to structure your message, how to speak in a way that makes people act, and how to read the energy of the room so you always speak at the moment where your words matter most. Throughout this journey, you will walk through 10 essential abilities for thinking, speaking, and influencing like a true professional. Each chapter gives you a challenge to face, a core principle to remember, a visual image to hold, a practical shift to apply, self-reflection prompts to realign, and a punchline that lands like steel. You don't need to speak loudly to be heard. You don't need to sound perfect to earn respect. You don't need to perform to gain influence. You just need to speak clearly, think sharply, and show up with authority. Step into this journey with calm focus and a willingness to elevate the way you think, the way you speak, and the way you move others. You don't need more. You need clarity and strength. Let's begin. Chapter 1. Think clearly. Before you speak, most people talk before they think, and that single habit silently destroys their influence. When your thoughts are scattered, your words become scattered. When your mind is foggy, your message becomes foggy. And when your ideas are half-formed, your impact becomes half-felt. This chapter begins with a truth most people avoid. You cannot speak clearly until you learn to think clearly. And clarity is the foundation of every professional communicator, leader, or influential voice you admire. Many people believe communication starts the moment the mouth opens. But in reality, communication starts in the silence before the first word. It starts in the space where you gather your thoughts, shape your intention, and choose what truly matters. It starts with clarity, inner clarity, long before the sound reaches the air. You've seen people who speak endlessly but say very little. They circle around their point, adding more words to fill the gaps left by unclear thinking. They talk faster because they feel unsure. They explain more because their message is weak. And somewhere in that spiral, they lose the room. Here's the painful truth. A long message is not a strong message. a clear message is. Most people don't fail in communication because they lack intelligence. They fail because they're trying to organize their thoughts at the exact same time they're expressing them. The human mind is not designed to think, filter, refine, and deliver simultaneously with precision. That's why people ramble. That's why they repeat themselves. That's why they sound less confident than they actually are. Clarity is not a talent. Clarity is a discipline. If your mind feels like a cluttered desk, filled with unrelated notes, distracting thoughts, and emotional noise, your words will reflect that chaos. But when your mental desk is clean, your priority is visible, your idea is sharp, and your delivery becomes purposeful. Imagine being asked a question during a meeting. Most people panic internally and rush to answer, fearing that a pause will make them look unprepared. But rushing leads to over-talking, over-explaining, and under-delivering. The person who pauses, even briefly, gains power, not loses it. Because the pause is where clarity lives. The pause is where leadership begins. Great communicators don't speak faster. They speak from a calmer, more organized mind. They take a breath, gather the essence of their thought, and release the sentence that matters. And because the sentence is clean, the room listens. Think of your ideas like water. When water is stirred, it becomes cloudy. When you let it settle, it becomes clear. Your thoughts behave the same way. But clarity requires something many people fear: slowing down. Slowing down doesn't mean thinking less. It means thinking better. It means giving your mind space to separate the signal from the noise. One of the most powerful skills you can develop is the ability to filter your thoughts before they become words. Ask yourself what you're truly trying to say. Strip away the extra. Remove the emotional debris. Locate the core of the message. And then, only then, speak from that center. There is a remarkable shift that happens when you speak from clarity instead of pressure. Your voice steadies. Your delivery becomes intentional. Your ideas land with weight. People lean in rather than tune out. Because people in every workplace, every conversation, every room respond to clarity with respect. Here is a truth that professionals eventually learn. If you cannot express your point in one clean sentence, your mind hasn't finished thinking yet. The single sentence is the test. When you can name the idea with simplicity and precision, you've reached true understanding of your own thought. This single-sentence mastery is what separates leaders from talkers. Clear thinkers can answer tough questions with confidence because they understand the essence of their message before diving into details. They don't hide behind complexity. They don't fill silence with unnecessary padding. They strike directly at the heart of the idea. And that directness is magnetic. But clarity is not only intellectual, it's emotional. Emotional noise is one of the biggest barriers to clear thought. Fear of being judged, fear of being wrong, fear of sounding unprepared. These fears push people into over-talking and under-thinking. They rush through sentences, desperately hoping speed will hide insecurity. But insecurity grows louder when clarity grows weaker. The safest way to speak is to think clearly first. When you know the core of what you're saying, you don't fear silence, you don't fear judgment, you don't fear interruption. You speak from grounded intention, not from panic. Another powerful shift happens when you separate what you feel from what you mean. Feelings create noise. Meaning creates clarity. You can feel frustrated, confused, or pressured, but still speak with precision. The moment you recognize the difference, you reclaim control over your words. Ask yourself these grounding questions before speaking. What do I truly want to communicate? What is the simplest, clearest version of this idea? Am I speaking from clarity or from emotion? These questions act like a compass that brings you back to direction and purpose. Clear thinking feels like leadership because it is leadership. People instinctively trust someone who knows what they're saying and why they're saying it. They feel safe, They feel guided. They feel like the conversation is going somewhere meaningful. And ultimately, this is what influence is: the ability to guide someone's thinking through your own clarity. Clarity sharpens your message. Clarity strengthens your presence. Clarity deepens your credibility. Clarity becomes your signature. In the professional world, people make judgments quickly. They decide whether you are confident, capable, prepared, or trustworthy based on how clearly you express your ideas. Clarity creates professionalism. Confusion destroys it. And the best part is this: clarity is always trainable. You can practice it every time you speak. You can refine it every time you think. You can strengthen it every time you choose intention over impulse. The more disciplined you become at thinking before speaking, the more influential you become without even trying. Your words will land with precision. Your ideas will make sense. Your presence will feel stronger. Your confidence will become visible. Because clarity is not just a communication skill. Clarity is a personal identity. Clarity is a way of moving through the world with purpose. Clarity is the beginning of all influence. Speak clearly, but first, think clearly. Chapter 2. Speak with calm authority. There is a certain type of voice that makes people stop and listen. It's not the loudest voice in the room. It's not the most energetic. It's not the most charismatic. It's the calm voice, the steady voice, the voice of someone who leads without needing to push. Calm authority is one of the most powerful communication skills in the modern world. Not because it dominates, but because it stabilizes. Not because it intimidates, but because it reassures. Not because it demands attention, but because it naturally earns it. Most people believe authority comes from speaking louder, speaking faster, or speaking with more intensity, but intensity without clarity creates pressure, not confidence. And loudness without intention creates noise, not leadership. Here's the truth professionals eventually learn. Authority is not volume. Authority is presence, and presence begins with calm. You've heard people who talk so fast they trip over their own sentences. Their pitch rises, their pace accelerates, and their confidence visibly drops. You can feel their anxiety, even if their words are correct. The message might be fine, but the delivery makes it fragile. A shaky voice makes even a strong idea sound weak. A rushed voice makes even a clear idea sound confused. A tense voice makes even a good idea sound defensive. But a calm voice, a centered voice, transforms everything. A calm voice makes the same idea sound grounded. A calm voice makes the same message sound credible. A calm voice makes the same speaker sound trustworthy, because calmness signals control. Calmness signals confidence. Calmness signals someone who isn't reacting, someone who is choosing. When your voice is calm, you speak from a place of steadiness rather than urgency. Your breathing deepens. Your pacing slows just enough for people to follow. Your tone lowers into a range that feels confident rather than strained. And your presence expands without needing to force anything. People don't follow the loudest voice. People follow the most stable one. This is especially true in moments of tension, presentations, interviews, conflicts, or high-stake conversations. When emotions rise, most people speed up, tighten their throat, and over-explain. They talk as if they're trying to outrun discomfort, but speeding through discomfort only magnifies it. Calmness does the opposite. Calmness absorbs tension. Calmness slows the moment down. Calmness reassures the room that the situation is manageable. Because you are manageable. And that is influence. Calm authority begins with your breath. Your breath is the foundation of your voice, your tone, your pacing, and your emotional stability. When your breath is shallow, your voice becomes thin and shaky. When your breath is rushed, your words become rushed. When your breath is uncontrolled, your presence becomes uncontrolled. But when your breath is steady, everything else falls into alignment. Your tone drops into a calm, grounded register. Your pace slows to a confident rhythm. Your thoughts settle long enough for clarity to form. And your presence expands in a way that feels intentional and strong. A calm voice communicates one message before you say a single word. I am in control of myself. And when people sense that, they instinctively trust you more. Think about the leaders you admire. In business, media, politics, coaching, or personal development. They rarely rush. They rarely raise their voice. They rarely allow their emotions to leak into their delivery. Instead, they speak at a steady pace, with a tone that carries weight without force. That tone is not accidental. That tone is trained. That tone is discipline. Calm authority isn't about suppressing emotion. It's about mastering the emotion so it doesn't hijack your message. It's about acknowledging your internal reaction, fear, pressure, excitement, without letting it distort your delivery. Your voice is the billboard for your nervous system. When you calm your system, your voice reflects that calm. When your voice reflects that calm, other people feel calmer around you, and people trust the person who calms them. There is profound influence in being the stillest person in a chaotic room. A calm speaker gives listeners time to absorb meaning. A calm speaker lets words breathe. A calm speaker uses silence strategically, not as a void, but as a framing tool that strengthens the message. A calm speaker doesn't fear pauses because pauses communicate confidence. The pause is not emptiness. The pause is emphasis. If you rush because you fear silence, you lose authority. But if you intentionally pause before a key point, you gain gravity. Your words settle. Your presence deepens. Your influence expands. Many people don't realize this, but calm authority also improves how others feel about themselves while listening to you. When someone speaks calmly, the listener doesn't feel pressured to respond quickly. They don't feel overwhelmed or rushed. They feel respected. They feel safe. They feel that the conversation has room for them too. And people always respect the communicator who creates emotional safety. One of the strongest signs of calm authority is the ability to stay composed when challenged. Anyone can sound confident when everything is going well. But true authority shows when someone disagrees with you, questions you, or interrupts you. A reactive speaker becomes defensive. A calm speaker becomes deliberate. The calm speaker chooses their words rather than throwing them. They pause just long enough to regain control. They respond with clarity instead of emotion. And in doing so, they gain even more influence. Because nothing is more powerful than a person who remains centered when others lose their balance. Calm authority is not passive. It's not quiet. It's not emotionless. It is intentional, focused, controlled, and deeply confident. It says, without saying it, I don't need force to be heard. I don't need speed to sound smart. I don't need volume to matter. Your calmness becomes your credibility. Your steadiness becomes your strength. Your presence becomes your influence. And the more you master calm authority, the more people will trust your voice, respect your leadership, and follow your direction, not because they have to, but because they want to. Speak calmly. Speak steadily. Speak from the center, not from the panic. This is how your voice becomes powerful. This is how your presence becomes unforgettable. This is how you begin to influence like a true professional. Chapter 3. Use words that carry weight. Words are not neutral. Words either strengthen your message or weaken it. Words either build your credibility or dissolve it. And words either move people or bore them. Most people speak with words that carry no weight. They fill their sentences with softness. Maybe. Sort of. Kinda, I guess. Basically, I think. They water down their ideas without realizing it. Their message loses its force before it even reaches the listener. And the worst part is, they have no idea it's happening. Here's the truth every strong communicator eventually learns. Weak words create weak influence. Strong words create strong influence. If your words don't carry weight, your presence can't carry authority. People judge your confidence by the language you choose. Your vocabulary becomes the window through which they measure your credibility. When your words are soft, your presence feels soft. When your words are precise, your presence feels powerful. People don't just listen to what you say, they listen to how decisively you say it. Think of someone who constantly says, "I think this might be the right direction." Now compare that to someone who says, "Here's the direction we should take." Same idea, but completely different impact. A message wrapped in uncertainty rarely motivates anyone. A message grounded in clarity commands attention. You can feel the difference instantly. Weak words make you sound unsure of yourself. Strong words signal that you know where you're standing. Strong communicators don't rely on volume to sound confident. Their power comes from word choice. They use clean, bold, decisive language. They eliminate clutter. They speak with intention. Weak communicators hide behind filler words. Strong communicators replace them with clarity. Your words are the tools you use to shape thought. A dull tool makes messy work. A sharp tool makes powerful cuts. And your influence depends on how sharp your verbal tools are. Imagine a carpenter trying to build a table with a dull saw. The effort is enormous, but the result is sloppy. Now imagine the same carpenter with a sharp blade. The same action becomes smoother, cleaner, more precise. Your words function exactly the same way. Weak words force you to work harder to get your point across. Strong words deliver the message instantly. One of the biggest mistakes people make is assuming that adding more words makes their idea clearer. It doesn't. It only adds noise. People don't remember long explanations. They remember clean statements. Here's the truth. This is what matters. Let's decide. The next step is this. These phrases carry weight because they remove doubt. They show leadership. They show clarity. They show confidence. Most people weaken their message because they're afraid of sounding too direct. They're afraid of being judged. They're afraid of taking a position. So they bury their message under layers of soft language. And the more they soften, the more invisible they become. But here's the secret. Directness is not rudeness. Directness is clarity, and clarity is a gift. People don't want you to ramble. People don't want you to soften everything. People want to understand you. Strong words make that possible. When your message is clear, people know how to respond. When your message is vague, people feel confused. Confusion kills action. Clarity creates action. This is why strong communicators avoid filler words. Filler words are verbal crutches. They help you stand, but they stop you from walking strongly. When you remove those crutches, your message stands taller. Your voice becomes cleaner. Your presence becomes more grounded. Powerful communication is not about complicated vocabulary. It's about intentional vocabulary. It's about choosing the words that deliver meaning with precision. Your message becomes sharper when you shorten your sentences. Your message becomes stronger when you remove the extra. Your message becomes cleaner when you speak with purpose. But there's a deeper reason. Strong words matter. Your language influences your identity. When you speak with uncertainty long enough, you start thinking uncertain thoughts. When you habitually say, "I guess," you begin to second-guess yourself. When you constantly say, "maybe," you become a maybe person. Your words shape your behavior more than you realize. But the reverse is also true. When you speak with conviction, you begin to think with conviction. When your words are clear, your decisions become clear. When your language becomes sharper, your confidence follows. Your vocabulary is the thermostat of your personal power. Raise the language and you raise the identity. Strong communicators understand this. They don't leave their words to chance. They speak like every sentence matters, because it does. Your language affects how people work with you, how they trust you, how they follow you, and how they respond to your ideas. It affects your presence in meetings, your influence in negotiations, and your credibility in high-stake moments. Words are not decoration. Words are leverage. When you use words that carry weight, people remember you. They remember the sentence that hit them. They remember the clarity you brought. They remember how your words made them feel grounded. And if there's one thing people crave in a chaotic world, it's clarity. This doesn't mean speaking harshly or aggressively. Strong words are not aggressive. They are intentional. They are firm. They are clean. Speaking with strong words means choosing confidence over hesitation, choosing clarity over confusion, choosing directness over avoidance. It means speaking in a way that reflects your value. People respect a communicator who knows what they're saying. People follow a communicator who knows where they're going, and people trust a communicator whose words carry weight. Your words can strengthen your identity. Your words can strengthen your confidence. Your words can strengthen your influence. And the moment you decide to speak with clarity instead of fear, everything about your presence begins to rise. Your meetings become sharper. Your conversations become stronger. Your leadership becomes visible, and your message becomes memorable. Because influence begins with language. Confidence begins with language. Presence begins with language. Speak with words that carry weight. Speak with words that reflect who you are becoming. Speak with words that move people, not because they are loud, but because they are clear. Chapter 4. Structure your message. Like a leader, leadership is not just about what you say. Leadership is about the structure behind what you say. A clear structure turns ideas into direction. A weak structure turns ideas into noise, and every conversation becomes easier when your message has a spine strong enough to stand on its own. Most people struggle in communication not because they lack intelligence, but because they lack structure. They jump into a story without a point. They add detail before providing context. They speak for minutes before landing on the idea that should have come first. The message becomes blurry, and their confidence collapses along with it. Here's the truth. If your message doesn't have structure, your influence won't have strength. People don't follow scattered thoughts. They follow direction. A structured message is like a road map. It tells your audience where you're going, why you're going there, and what they should pay attention to. Without that roadmap, your listener is left guessing. Guessing leads to confusion, and confusion kills trust. When people don't understand your message, they don't assume the message is complicated. They assume you are unclear. And unclear communication makes people hesitant, doubtful, and disengaged. That's why leaders communicate with structure, always. A strong message has an anchor, a central point that holds everything else together. It has clarity at the top, support in the middle, and direction at the end. It takes the listener on a guided path instead of a wandering journey. And most importantly, it makes people feel like they're in the hands of someone who knows what they're doing. Structure is not restrictive. Structure is liberating. Structure sets your message free from confusion, chaos, and unnecessary explanation. Imagine walking into a meeting without a structured message. You begin talking, you share ideas, you go back and forth between details. By the end, even you aren't sure what your point truly was. Your listeners certainly don't know either. Now imagine walking in with clarity. You know the core idea. You know why it matters. You know the example that will support it. You know exactly how you'll conclude. The difference is night and day. One version sounds scattered. The other version sounds like leadership. Great communicators understand that structure builds confidence for both the listener and the speaker. When you know where your message is going, your voice steadies, your pacing smooths out, Your delivery becomes controlled instead of reactive, and your presence becomes grounded. People trust the person who demonstrates clarity and direction. People follow the person who communicates with intention. A structured message always begins with a clear point, not a story, not a build-up, not a collection of scattered ideas, a point. When you lead with your point, you instantly anchor your listener. They know what they should focus on. They know what the conversation is about. They know where the message is headed. And because they're grounded, they're ready to follow the journey you're about to take them on. A clear point at the beginning is like flipping on a light switch. Everything else becomes visible. Everything else becomes easier. Once your point is made, the next step is support. The context, the example, the reasoning that validates what you're saying. Support is what gives your message credibility. Support is what turns opinion into authority. Support is what transforms a simple statement into a compelling argument. People don't just want to know what you believe. They want to know why you believe it. But the key to strong support is restraint. Too many examples dilute the message. Too many details overwhelm the listener. A strong communicator gives just enough to illuminate the point, not drown it. After the point and the support comes something most people forget: the pause. The pause is what locks the message in people's minds. The pause gives the listener a moment to absorb your thought. The pause adds weight, seriousness, and intention. And the pause signals that what you just said matters. A message without pauses feels rushed. A message with pauses feels meaningful. Finally, strong communicators close their message with direction. Direction tells the listener what should happen next. It transforms understanding into action. It moves people from awareness to momentum, and it prevents your message from simply floating away into the air. Direction is leadership in its purest form. When you tell people what the next step is, you're not being pushy. You're being clear. You're being responsible. You're being the person who takes conversation and turns it into progress. A message without direction leaves people lost. A message with direction leaves people empowered. This entire structure, point, support, pause, direction, sounds simple because it is simple. And simplicity is the backbone of powerful communication. The best communicators in the world aren't complicated. They're disciplined. They know what to say. They know why they're saying it. They know how they'll land the point, and they know what happens after the point lands. Leadership is predictable in the best way. People want to feel guided. People want to feel clarity. People want to feel that the person speaking to them is thinking with intention. Your structure gives them that feeling. Structure is confidence. Structure is clarity. Structure is authority. Structure is leadership. When your message has a clear shape, your presence has a clear impact. People listen differently. People respond differently. People remember what you say. If you want your communication to feel powerful, give it structure. If you want your message to hit harder, give it structure. If you want people to act, decide, trust, and follow, give them a message that leads them step by step. Think of every conversation as an opportunity to guide someone somewhere. If you don't choose the path, the message goes nowhere. If you choose the path clearly, the message becomes a journey people willingly take. A structured message is not just about sounding smart. It's about leading with purpose. It's about speaking with intention. It's about giving your words a backbone strong enough to stand up in any room. Speak like a leader. Structure your message like a leader, and you'll influence like a leader. Chapter 5. Speak to make people. Act understanding is not the same as action. Agreement is not the same as behavior. Nodding is not the same as commitment. And if your words don't move people, you're not influencing, you're just talking. This is one of the biggest misunderstandings in communication. People think clarity is enough. But clarity without action is an unfinished message. You've seen it happen. Someone presents a great idea and the room nods. Everyone agrees it sounds smart. Everyone says it's important. And then nothing happens. Ideas don't fail because they're bad. Ideas fail because they don't turn into movement. That is the gap between a communicator and an influencer. A communicator explains. An influencer activates. A communicator shares information. An influencer creates momentum. Your words should not only make people understand. Your words should make people move. Action is the heartbeat of influence. If your words don't change what someone thinks, feels, or does, then the message didn't complete its purpose. Most people don't speak to create action. They speak to fill space. They speak to be understood. They speak to avoid silence. They speak because speaking feels productive. But speaking without action is just noise. When you speak with the intention to trigger movement, your entire style changes. Your tone sharpens, your structure tightens, your sentences become clearer, your message becomes more focused. Because you're no longer communicating for the sake of talking, you're communicating for the sake of impact. Action-driven communication starts with one shift. You must know exactly what you want people to do. Not generally understand, not think about it, not take it into consideration, but do something. People won't act if the next step is vague. People won't act if the next step is overwhelming. People won't act if the next step is hidden inside paragraphs of explanation. People act when the next step is clear, specific, and doable. Think about every powerful leader you've ever watched. They never end a message by saying, "So, yeah." They never leave you wondering what's supposed to happen next. Their communication always ends with direction. Direction is influence. Direction turns intention into momentum. Direction transforms a conversation into progress. Here's the secret. People want direction more than they want information. Information informs. Direction guides. And humans instinctively follow guidance when it is presented with confidence. This doesn't mean being controlling. This means being clear. The clearer your direction, the more willing people are to follow you. Unclear communication creates hesitation. Clear communication creates movement. Most people hesitate because the next step feels too big. Leadership is the art of shrinking the step until it feels possible. When you shrink the step, you eliminate resistance. When you eliminate resistance, you create motion. And once motion begins, momentum accelerates naturally. The difference between "do something big eventually" and "take this one small step now" can determine whether someone succeeds or does nothing at all. Your role is to be the voice that removes friction. When you speak, imagine placing a hand on someone's shoulder and guiding them gently but firmly toward a result. Not pushing them, not dragging them, guiding them. People don't want to be forced, but they absolutely want to be led. To speak in a way that creates action, you must understand emotional energy. People act when they feel urgency. Not stress, urgency. Stress freezes people. Urgency wakes them up. Urgency is created through clarity, timing, and direction. When your message explains what matters, why it matters right now, and what the next step is, you create momentum almost automatically. People don't have to figure out what to do. You've already done that part for them. That's why your language matters. Weak language kills momentum. Strong language sparks it. I think we should consider doing this soon. Creates nothing. Here's what we're doing next. Creates motion. People don't need a long argument. They need a clear direction. They need to feel the energy in your conviction. They need to sense that you believe the next step is right. Because your confidence fuels their confidence. When you speak with certainty, you lend people your courage. You give them permission to move. You become the voice that turns hesitation into action, and that is influence. Here's the emotional truth behind action-driven communication. People are afraid to move alone. They're afraid to make the wrong decision. They are afraid to take responsibility if something goes wrong. Your clarity becomes their safety. When you say, "This is what we should do next," you remove their fear of choosing. You help them move forward with confidence. You become the person they trust to guide them through uncertainty. Influencers don't just speak clearly. Influencers speak directionally. Every idea leads somewhere. Every message ends with a movement. Every conversation closes with purpose. Nothing is left floating. Nothing is left hanging. Nothing is left unclear. This is how leaders talk. And here's another powerful truth. The clearer your direction, the more people will follow you, even if they disagreed with you at the beginning. Clarity is persuasive. Certainty is persuasive. Direction is persuasive. Confusion is not. If you want people to act, finish your message with a strong closing line. This is what we do next. Here's our next move. The next step begins now. These statements signal authority without aggression. They communicate leadership without force. They move people. Because people always lean toward the person who sounds like they know where they're going. Action-driven communication is not about being dramatic. It's about being decisive. It's about speaking with purpose. It's about guiding people toward results. You don't need to sound loud. You don't need to sound intense. You need to sound intentional. Your words should make someone feel, "I know exactly what to do next." That clarity is influence. That confidence is leadership. That energy is what moves people. When your communication ends with direction, you transform ideas into action, and action into momentum. You become the communicator who doesn't just speak well, but speaks effectively. You become the person people rely on when they need clarity. You become the voice that cuts through noise and creates movement. Speak to be understood. But more importantly, speak to make people act. Chapter 6. Master your emotional tone. Your message is never just the words you say. Your message is the emotion wrapped inside those words. People don't only hear your sentences, they hear your state of mind, and nothing reveals your emotional state faster than your tone. Tone is the truth behind the words. Tone exposes whether you're confident or insecure. Tone reveals whether you're centered or overwhelmed. Tone tells people whether they should trust you or question you. Tone is your emotional signature. Most people lose influence not because they said the wrong thing, but because they said the right thing with the wrong tone. A defensive tone makes a smart message sound insecure. A rushed tone makes an important message sound sloppy. A tense tone makes a calm idea sound hostile. Tone shapes perception before logic has a chance to speak. Here's the truth many communicators don't want to accept. You can say everything correctly and still fail if your tone gives you away. Emotional tone is the bridge between intention and impact. If the bridge is unstable, the message collapses. If the bridge is controlled, the message carries weight. That is why mastering your emotional tone is a non-negotiable skill. Your nervous system largely controls your tone. When you're stressed, your voice tightens. When you're anxious, your pitch rises. When you're angry, your rhythm becomes sharp and fast. When you're insecure, your sentences trail off instead of landing with confidence. Your voice broadcasts your emotions whether you want it to or not. This is why staying emotionally grounded is essential. You cannot deliver a stable message from an unstable mind. Your tone will always reveal what you're trying to hide. It will expose whether you feel strong or fragile, centered or scattered. To master your tone, you must master your emotional state. A calm mind produces a calm tone. A calm tone produces trust, and trust produces influence. The goal is not to eliminate emotion. The goal is to control emotion. Emotion is powerful when directed, destructive when unleashed. Think about someone you admire for their presence. They don't rush when they speak. They don't sound reactive or rattled. Their tone stays grounded even under pressure. Their emotional steadiness becomes their advantage. That steadiness is not luck. It's discipline. It's practiced emotional control. You can feel the difference instantly. A reactive speaker spikes the energy in the room. A grounded speaker stabilizes the room. People instinctively trust the person who remains composed when others lose control. To master your tone, you must first understand where tone comes from. Tone comes from breathing, pacing, tension, and internal dialogue. If your breath is shallow, your tone will be shaky. If your muscles are tense, your tone will be tight. If your thoughts are chaotic, your tone will sound chaotic. Your internal world becomes your external sound. This is why the most powerful communicators speak from a place of inner stillness. Stillness doesn't mean emotionless. Stillness means being centered. Stillness means choosing your response instead of reacting from instinct. And tone is nothing more than your response made audible. The moment you feel your emotions rising, frustration, stress, irritation, fear, your tone begins to shift. Your job is not to suppress it. Your job is to stabilize it. Stability begins with awareness. You cannot control what you don't notice. So the first step is recognizing the shift inside you, recognizing when your breath shortens, recognizing when your pitch rises, recognizing when your pace becomes frantic. Awareness opens the door to control. Once you notice the shift, the next step is grounding yourself. Grounding is a simple act, lowering your breath, slowing your pace, and reconnecting with your intention. Grounding turns emotional turbulence into emotional clarity. Grounding returns your tone to strength. Here's something most people don't realize. A slow, steady tone sounds more confident than a fast, energetic one. Speed communicates anxiety. Stability communicates authority. And authority begins with tone. A calm tone makes even a difficult message easier to receive. A calm tone makes even a correction feel respectful. A calm tone makes even a disagreement feel productive. When your tone is steady, your message becomes safe. Safety is influenced. People follow the voice that feels safe. In high-pressure moments, people look for emotional anchors. If your tone rises with the tension, you become part of the problem. If your tone stays low and steady, you become part of the solution. A steady tone is leadership in sound form. Mastering tone also requires emotional separation. You must learn to separate the message from the emotions surrounding it. You can feel frustrated and still speak calmly. You can feel disappointed and still speak with clarity. You can feel challenged and still speak with control. The ability to separate emotion from delivery is the hallmark of mature communication. People respect the person who communicates with strength even when the moment is difficult. They respect the person who refuses to let emotion hijack their message. They respect the person who holds their tone when others lose theirs. Tone is not just how you sound. Tone is who you are while you speak. Your tone says, I am confident. I am composed. I am not rattled. I am in control of myself. And the moment people feel that, they trust you more deeply. Tone is credibility. Tone is presence. Tone is character made audible. When you master your emotional tone, your communication transforms. Your message becomes clearer, your leadership becomes stronger, and your influence rises naturally. The world listens differently to someone who sounds centered. You can become that person. You can develop a tone that calms instead of agitates, a tone that reassures instead of threatens, a tone that guides instead of reacts, a tone that represents the strongest version of yourself. Your emotional tone is your leadership frequency. Tune it with intention, protect it with awareness, strengthen it with practice. When your tone is steady, your presence becomes undeniable. And when your presence is undeniable, your influence becomes effortless. Master your emotional tone, and you master the room long before the words leave your mouth. Chapter 7. Build trust with precision and honesty. Trust is the currency of influence. Without trust, your words mean nothing. Without trust, your ideas fall flat. Without trust, no amount of charisma, intelligence, or confidence will move people. Trust is the foundation on which every message stands, and that trust is built or broken through one thing: precision and honesty. You don't earn trust by sounding perfect. You earn trust by sounding real. People want clarity, not performance. People want truth, not fluff. People want precision, not noise. Here's the reality. People trust you when your words match your reality, not when you make big claims, not when you exaggerate, not when you perform. They trust you when your language is precise, grounded, and consistent. Precision is not cold. Precision is respect. It tells your listener, I'm not here to waste your time. It tells them, I know what I'm saying. It tells them, you can rely on this. Honesty, on the other hand, is the backbone of credibility. Honesty says, here's what I know. Honesty says, here's what I don't know. Honesty says, here's the truth even if it's uncomfortable. Honesty is not about brutal delivery. It's about transparent intention. People don't need you to be perfect. They need you to be real. They need to feel that you have no hidden agenda. They need to feel that what you say is what you mean. Honesty is emotional safety. When someone feels safe with your words, they will trust your direction. They will trust your recommendations. They will trust your leadership. They will trust your vision. That's how influence becomes effortless. Think about the moments when someone lost your trust. It wasn't because they made a mistake. It was because they hid it. It wasn't because they didn't know the answer. It was because they pretended they did. It wasn't because they changed direction. It was because they wouldn't admit why. Lack of honesty breaks trust faster than any failure ever could. Now remember, when someone gained your trust instantly, they were probably direct. They were steady. They didn't oversell. They didn't sugarcoat. They simply told the truth in a clear and measured way. That's precision. That's integrity. That's the language of leadership. Here's a principle that will elevate your communication immediately. Say only what you can stand behind. Don't promise what you can't deliver. Don't speak in absolutes when you feel uncertainty. Don't inflate your message to sound impressive. Precision is power, not exaggeration. People can feel exaggeration instantly. It creates distance. It creates suspicion. It breaks the bond. Once that bond cracks, it's hard to repair. Trust grows when your message is grounded in reality. Precise language shows discipline. Uncertain language reveals guessing, and people don't follow guesses, they follow clarity. One of the most trustworthy phrases in the English language is simple, I don't know. It sounds small, but it carries enormous weight, because it tells the listener, this person tells the truth. It tells them, this person won't pretend. It tells them, I can trust everything else they say. Honesty doesn't weaken your influence. Honesty deepens it. When you acknowledge what you don't know, people believe you more when you talk about what you do know. Your credibility rises. Your authority strengthens. Your presence feels more authentic and grounded. Precision also shows up in how specific you are. Vague statements feel slippery. Clear statements feel solid. Specificity makes people feel safe because they know exactly what you mean. Vagueness makes people feel uncertain because they're left filling in the gaps. People don't want to interpret your message. They want to understand it. Precision does that. Specificity does that. Honesty does that. When you speak with precision, your ideas become concrete. You remove the fog. You remove the guesswork. You remove the emotional static. You make everything feel cleaner. Clean communication is trusted communication. Think of your language like a contract. If the contract is vague, no one feels protected. If the contract is precise, everyone feels secure. Your message should offer that same security. If you want to build trust, eliminate the language that creates distance. Stop saying things you don't fully mean. Stop softening the truth out of fear. Stop offering half answers. Stop hiding uncertainty behind confident tone. People don't trust the performance. They trust humanity. Precision doesn't mean speaking sharply. It means speaking accurately. It means speaking with intentionality. It means communicating cleanly, without unnecessary decoration. Honesty doesn't mean blunt aggression. It means respectful transparency. It means acknowledging reality. It means communicating with integrity. There is a certain strength in honesty that people feel immediately. It's quiet, it's calm, it's steady. It spreads confidence through the room. It makes people feel like they're in the presence of someone dependable. Trust builds slowly, but it breaks instantly. That's why precision and honesty must be consistent. They are habits, not one-time gestures. People learn to trust you based on patterns, not moments. If your message is precise today and sloppy tomorrow, people notice. If you're honest one moment and avoidant the next, people sense it. If you choose clarity sometimes and chaos other times, your trust deteriorates. Trust requires consistency of language. Precision must become who you are. Honesty must become part of your voice. Your words must match your character every time. When you speak with precision and honesty, people feel guided, they feel anchored, they feel safe. And safety is the foundation on which influence grows. You don't need to be loud. You don't need to be impressive. You don't need to be perfect. You just need to be precise. You just need to be honest. That is what makes your message trustworthy. That is what makes your presence credible. That is what makes your leadership real. Build trust with your words. Build trust with your honesty. Build trust with your consistency, because trust is the gateway to influence. And without it, nothing you say will carry weight. Chapter 8. Use silence as a tool. Silence is one of the most powerful tools in communication, yet it's the one people fear the most. People rush to fill the silence, rush to explain, rush to fill the space with noise. But the truth is simple. Silence is not weakness. Silence is strength. Silence is the space where your words gain weight. Silence is the pause where your ideas sink deeper. Silence is the moment when your presence becomes undeniable. If you learn to use silence well, you will speak with 10 times more impact. Most people misunderstand silence. They think silence means something is wrong. They think silence makes them look unprepared. They think silence will make others judge them. So they speak quickly, fill every second, and talk over their own message. But here is the truth. Strong communicators understand. The person who controls the silence controls the room. Silence is not empty. Silence is full of meaning, full of intention, full of power. Silence reveals confidence because only grounded people can hold it without fear. When you are not afraid of silence, people sense your strength immediately. When you speak without pauses, your message becomes a blur. It becomes harder to follow, harder to absorb, harder to respect. Words delivered without space feel rushed, desperate, and ungrounded. But when you speak with space, intentional, thoughtful space, everything changes. Your words land harder. Your meaning becomes clearer. Your presence becomes stronger. Your voice becomes more compelling. Silence is the amplifier. It's the frame around the painting. It's the breath between musical notes that makes the melody come alive. Silence turns communication into impact. Think of every great speaker you admire. They don't rush. They don't fear the quiet. They don't drown their message with constant talking. They let silence do part of the work. Silence is the moment the listener catches up. Silence is what gives your words their shape. Silence is what creates tension, depth, and gravity. The louder the world becomes, the more powerful silence gets. People today live in noise. Digital noise, emotional noise, mental noise. They're surrounded by constant chatter. They're used to hearing people talk endlessly. So when someone speaks with controlled pauses, it feels different. It feels intentional. It feels authoritative. It feels refreshing. Silence breaks the pattern, and breaking the pattern captures attention. When you're willing to pause, people lean in. They listen more closely. They anticipate what you'll say next. Your message suddenly carries weight. But silence is not just a speaking tool. Silence is a thinking tool. When you pause before responding, you protect yourself from reacting impulsively. You gain clarity, you gain composure, you gain control. Silence gives you time to choose the right words instead of the fast words. Fast words often come from fear. Chosen words come from clarity. Silence lets your mind catch up with your intention. Imagine someone asks you a difficult question. Most people panic and start talking immediately, hoping that speed will cover uncertainty. But speed exposes uncertainty. Speed betrays anxiety. Speed steals authority. Silence, however, intentional silence, communicates the opposite. It says, I am thinking. It says, I am not rushed. It says, I'm choosing my words carefully because this matters. People respect that. People admire that. People trust that. Silence is also essential when delivering important points. If you never pause before a key message, the listener never knows which message is key. Everything sounds equal. Everything blends. But when you pause, the listener feels something is coming. Their attention sharpens. Their mind are prepared. And when you deliver the line, it lands like a weight on the table. A pause before a point creates anticipation. A pause after the point creates impact. Silence is not passive. Silence is an active force. Silence is also one of the most powerful tools in emotional control. In tense moments, silence prevents escalation. When someone raises their energy and you stay silent, they feel their own volume. When someone reacts with emotion and you respond with calm quietness, they adjust. Silence shifts power from the reactive person to the grounded person. Silence says, I'm not entering your chaos. I choose the pace here. I won't be rushed or pulled into emotion. The person who stays silent becomes the anchor. Everyone else orbits around them. Silence also exposes truth. When you stay quiet, people fill the silence with their real thoughts. They reveal things accidentally. They correct themselves. They rethink. You learn more in silence than you ever will in noise. Negotiators know this. Therapists know this. Leaders know this. Silence is not just space. Silence is strategy. But silence requires courage. Fear makes people talk. Fear of judgment. Fear of being misunderstood. Fear of losing control. Fear of appearing weak. Yet the paradox is this. The person who fears silence the least becomes the strongest communicator in the room. When you're comfortable with silence, you gain a level of presence that people can feel. Your composure rises. Your confidence becomes visible. Your voice shifts from nervous to intentional, and your influence expands effortlessly. To use silence as a tool, you must shift your mindset. Stop seeing silence as emptiness. See it as emphasis. See it as control. See it as part of the message. Silence speaks. Silence shapes. Silence stabilizes. Silence is the pause that gives your words room to breathe. Silence is the moment your message sinks into the listener's mind. Silence is the space where the meaning forms. People don't remember everything you say. They remember the line that came after the silence. That's where the impact lives. When you speak too much, your influence fades. When you speak with space, your influence deepens. Silence allows you to be felt, not just heard. Silence allows the listener to connect with your presence, not just your words. Silence gives your communication weight, composure, and authority. If your speaking feels rushed, add silence. If your message feels soft, add silence. If your influence feels weak, add silence. silence is not the absence of communication. Silence is the amplifier of communication. Use silence deliberately. Use silence strategically. Use silence confidently, and you'll discover something extraordinary. When you master silence, people listen to every word you choose to say next. Chapter 9. Read the room and adapt. Influence is not just about what you say. Influence is about whether you say it at the right moment, in the right way, to the right energy. You can deliver the perfect sentence, but if the room isn't ready for it, it will fall flat. Timing can elevate your message or destroy it. Energy can lift your influence or silence it completely. The ability to read the room is what separates good communicators from unforgettable ones. It is the difference between speaking to people and speaking with people. It is the difference between pushing your message and landing your message. It is the difference between forcing influence and embodying influence. Here is the truth many people never learn. You cannot lead a room you cannot feel. When you ignore the room, your message becomes disconnected. When you misread the room, your message becomes inappropriate. When you overpower the room, your message becomes unwanted. But when you tune into the room, its energy, its pace, its emotional temperature, your message becomes aligned. Alignment is influence. Every room has an emotional climate. Some rooms feel tense. Some rooms feel open. Some feel impatient. Some feel bored. Some feel skeptical. Most communicators don't notice those signals. They just deliver their message like a pre-recorded script. But leadership requires responsiveness, not routine. To read the room, you must shift from "how do I sound" to "what do they feel?" Their body language tells you, their eyes tell you, their silence tells you, their energy tells you. People communicate with their bodies long before they communicate with their voices. When you walk into any room, pay attention before you participate. Watch where people sit. Watch how they breathe. Watch how engaged they are. Watch whether they open or close their posture. These cues reveal more truth than any spoken sentence. Reading the room is not mind reading. It is awareness. It is observation. It is emotional intelligence put into action. It is the ability to sense when to push and when to pull back. Some rooms require high energy. Some rooms require a softer approach. Some rooms want honesty. Some rooms need inspiration. Some rooms need clarity, not charisma. You must speak to the energy in front of you, not the energy inside your head. This is where many communicators fail. They cling to their plan, even when the moment calls for something different. But influence does not come from sticking to a script. Influence comes from responding to reality. When you feel the room losing attention, it means your message needs a shift. Slower, sharper, clearer, or more direct. When you feel the room tense up, it means the topic needs grounding before intensity. When you feel the room excited, it means you should ride that momentum instead of dampening it. When you feel the room uncertain, it means your message needs more clarity or reassurance. The room shows you what to do, if you are paying attention. Great communicators don't fight the room, they flow with it. They adjust their tone, pace, volume, or direction to fit what the people need in the moment. Adaptation is not weakness. Adaptation is mastery. Think of communication like surfing. You don't control the wave. You learn to ride the energy that already exists. Push against the wave and you crash. Move with it and you glide. The same applies to influence. When you speak into a resistant room with force, resistance grows. When you speak into a resistant room with awareness, resistance softens. People don't reject your message because it's wrong. People reject your message because they don't feel understood. Reading the room makes people feel seen. Adapting makes people feel respected. When people feel respected, they open. When people open, they listen. And when they listen, you can influence. There will be moments where the room shifts, energy rises, drops, tightens, or divides. Most people ignore these shifts. Powerful communicators adjust instantly. If the room becomes quiet, slow down. If the room becomes restless, tighten your message. If the room becomes emotional, soften your tone. If the room becomes energized, amplify your conviction. Reading the room is responsiveness in real time. Sometimes the room needs you to take control. Sometimes the room needs you to take a breath. Sometimes the room needs clarity. Sometimes the room needs connection. Sometimes the room needs silence. Influence requires sensitivity, not sensitivity in weakness, but sensitivity in awareness. When you walk into any room, remember this. The room is already speaking. Your job is to listen before you talk. The greatest communicators aren't always the greatest speakers. They are the greatest listeners. Not listeners of words, listeners of energy, listeners of emotion, listeners of dynamics. This kind of listening allows you to adjust in a way that feels effortless. Your message stays strong, but your approach becomes adaptable. Your presence stays steady, but your strategy becomes flexible. People trust the communicator who meets them where they are. There's a powerful shift that happens when you read the room well. People feel like you are speaking to them, not at them. They feel understood before you've even said the next line. They feel aligned with your presence. They feel safe in your leadership, and that emotional alignment is where influence is born. Reading the room also protects you from unnecessary conflict. Many disagreements begin because someone pushed too hard at the wrong moment. Many misunderstandings begin because someone didn't sense discomfort. Many failures happen because someone didn't adjust their delivery when the room asked for it. The conversation isn't the problem, the timing is. Read the room, and timing becomes your advantage. When you know how to feel the room, you stop forcing your way through communication. You begin guiding communication. You flow with energy. You adjust without losing yourself. You lead without resistance. People follow the communicator who understands them. People trust the communicator who senses them. People remember the communicator who adapts to them. Reading the room is a superpower. Not because it makes you agreeable, but because it makes you aligned. Aligned with the moment, aligned with the energy, aligned with the people. Influence thrives in alignment. Speak with awareness. Speak with sensitivity. Speak with adaptability. Speak like someone who understands the heartbeat of the room. When you can read a room, you can lead a room. And when you can lead a room, your influence becomes unstoppable. Chapter 10. Repeat the fundamentals. Until mastery. Mastery is not built on the advanced. Mastery is built on the fundamentals. The basics, done consistently, deliberately, intentionally, create more impact than any complex technique ever could. Great communicators don't chase new tricks. They sharpen the essentials until they become part of who they are. Here's a truth most people avoid. You don't rise to the level of your potential. You rise to the level of your discipline. The fundamentals of communication are simple. Clear thinking, strong words, calm tone, intentional structure, emotional control, and awareness of the room. None of these are flashy. None of these are dramatic. None of these impress people on their own. But when repeated over time, they turn you into a communicator people trust immediately. Most people want mastery without repetition. They want confidence without practice. They want clarity without effort. They want influence without discipline. But influence is not an accident. It's a habit. Consistency is the foundation of mastery. Repetition is the architect of skill, and mastery is what happens when repetition becomes part of your identity. Think about the greatest athletes, performers, and leaders. They don't practice the hardest things every day. They practice the simplest things. They return to the basics again and again until the basics become effortless. They understand that the fundamentals win games, build careers, and create greatness. Communication is no different. Clarity becomes sharper when you practice it daily. Tone becomes steadier when you train your breath regularly. Word choice becomes stronger when you choose intentional language repeatedly. Structure becomes natural when you use it consistently. Emotional control strengthens every time you choose a response instead of a reaction. Mastery is repetition made visible. Most people abandon the fundamentals too quickly. They practice something once, feel a bit of improvement, then move on to something new. But mastery doesn't come from variety. Mastery comes from depth. Depth requires commitment to the same foundational skills over and over. Repetition doesn't make communication robotic. Repetition makes communication reliable. Reliable presence, reliable clarity, reliable authority. This reliability is what separates leaders from amateurs. Leaders aren't good by accident. Leaders are consistent because they treat the basics with respect. Every time you practice a fundamental, you strip away hesitation, you remove self-doubt, you remove uncertainty, you remove the noise in your mind, you reinforce the internal stability needed for influence. Repetition builds confidence, not the loud type, but the quiet, steady type. The type that others feel the moment you speak. The type that says, "I've done this enough times to know exactly who I am." Mastery is not dramatic. Mastery is silent, steady, and invisible. You don't notice mastery happening. You notice mastery when you look back and realize how far you've come. Every expert was once a beginner who refused to quit the fundamentals. Every leader became a leader by saying the same principles again and again until those principles shaped their behavior. Mastery is the reward for repetition, but repetition requires patience. Patience feels slow, but patience is the fuel of growth. The fundamentals feel small at first, like tiny shifts that don't seem to matter. But over time, those tiny shifts shape your voice, your presence, your influence, and your identity. The basics create momentum. Momentum creates confidence. Confidence creates presence, and presence creates influence. If you want to influence consistently, you must train consistently. You must show up for the fundamentals even when they feel boring. You must practice clarity even when you think you're clear enough. You must practice tone even when you think you sound confident enough. You must practice emotional control even when you think you're calm enough. Because the moment you stop practicing the basics, your influence begins to decline. Repetition has a hidden benefit. It reveals your blind spots. Every time you repeat a skill, you uncover a new layer. You hear a small crack in your tone. You notice a filler word you didn't catch before. You discover a moment where your clarity slipped. Repetition exposes the places where you can grow. The fundamentals evolve as you evolve. They meet you at every level of your development. That is why they never become irrelevant. The stronger you become, the more the basics matter. Influence is not built in a single moment. Influence is built in thousands of small repetitions. Even 1 minute a day devoted to clarity, calmness, or structure becomes powerful when repeated for weeks, months, years. Small steps done consistently outperform big steps done occasionally. That's why mastery feels inevitable for those who stick to the fundamentals. They don't wait for perfect conditions. They don't wait for motivation. They don't wait for confidence. They train the basics no matter what. Because repetition creates internal certainty. Internal certainty creates external influence. Your fundamentals are your anchor. No matter how chaotic the situation becomes, you can return to them. No matter how stressful the moment feels, the basics steady you. No matter how high the stakes are, the fundamentals hold you in place. This is why great communicators rarely feel rattled. They trust their fundamentals. They trust their preparation. They trust the repetitions that shaped them. They don't need to think about clarity. They've practiced it too many times. They don't need to think about tone. It's already in their system. They don't need to think about structure. It's built into their speaking DNA. The basics have become automatic. Automation is the highest form of mastery. When the fundamentals become instinct, your full potential becomes accessible. You no longer question yourself. You no longer hesitate. You no longer overthink. You simply execute. Calm, clear, strong, and precise. Mastery isn't about perfection. Mastery is about consistency. Mastery is about identity. It's about becoming the person who treats the fundamentals like gold. Repeating the basics is not a beginner habit. Repeating the basics is a professional habit. It is how you rise. It is how you grow. It is how you lead. Do the fundamentals until they become part of your blood. Do them until they become your natural state. Do them until clarity, confidence, and influence flow out of you effortlessly. Repeat the fundamentals, and mastery will no longer be something you chase. It will be something you embody. Every journey of transformation reaches a moment where the lessons settle, the clarity sharpens, and the message lands in a deeper place inside you. This is that moment. You've walked through clarity, authority, precision, honesty, emotional control, silence, structure, adaptability, and discipline. You've seen how each piece reshapes your communication. But more importantly, you've seen how each piece reshapes you. Because at the heart of this entire audiobook, there is one truth. When you change the way you speak, you change the way you live. The voice you bring into the world is not just about speech. It is a reflection of your inner world. It is the doorway through which people understand your mind, your intentions, your values, and your confidence. You are not just improving a skill. You are refining your identity. You now understand that influence is not loud. Influence is not forceful. Influence is not dramatic. Influence is clear. Influence is intentional. Influence is steady. Your voice holds weight when your mind holds clarity. Your presence becomes powerful when your tone becomes calm. Your message becomes trustworthy when your words become precise. Your leadership becomes real when your direction becomes clear. And what you have gained here is more than techniques. You have gained a new way of showing up in every room you enter, a new way of thinking before speaking, a new way of controlling the emotional frequency of your voice, a new way of choosing words that carry weight and meaning. You have learned how to stay steady when others lose their balance, how to stay calm when emotions rise, how to pause when instincts push you to rush, how to adapt when the room shifts, how to speak like someone who knows exactly who they are. But mastery is not a moment. Mastery is a continuation. Mastery is a lifestyle built on repetition. Everything you've practiced here grows stronger every time you use it. Every conversation becomes a chance to reinforce clarity. Every meeting becomes an opportunity to lead with presence. Every silence becomes a canvas for impact. Every decision becomes a moment to choose purpose over impulse. The fundamentals are your anchor. Return to them often. Let them steady you. Let them sharpen you. Let them shape your voice into a tool of real influence. And remember this: your voice is a responsibility, because people don't just hear your words. They feel the intention behind them. They sense your clarity. They sense your conviction. They sense your steadiness. When you speak with clarity, you give others clarity. When you speak with honesty, you give others safety. When you speak with strength, you give others courage. When you speak with calm authority, you give others direction. Your voice becomes a place people trust. Your presence becomes a place people rely on. Your message becomes a catalyst for action, understanding, and respect. This is the kind of communicator the world remembers. This is the kind of communicator people follow. This is the kind of communicator that creates change. And now, you have everything you need to become that communicator. From this moment forward, every word you speak can either reinforce the old version of you or build the powerful version you've been creating here. You choose with every sentence. You choose with every pause. You choose with every breath. If you want to go further, return to the fundamentals. Review the chapters. Revisit the moments that challenged you. Reteach yourself the principles until they become instinct. Let repetition become your greatest advantage. The next version of you, the one who speaks with confidence, precision, clarity, and influence, is already forming. It doesn't happen all at once. It happens in the quiet practices you repeat every day. In the moments when you choose clarity over confusion, calm over urgency, strength over doubt. You're not just learning how to speak. You are learning how to lead. Lead conversations, lead rooms, lead people, lead yourself. Your voice is the beginning of all of it. So take this final message with you. Speak with intention. Speak with clarity. Speak with strength. Speak like someone who knows their voice can shape the world and move forward with the confidence that you have earned through this journey. Not by accident, not by luck, but by choosing to master the way you communicate. This is your new beginning, and your voice is ready. You don't build a better life by waiting. You build it by choosing better habits, one day at a time, and that starts now. Most people go through their days on autopilot. They wake up tired. They open their phones before they even breathe. They jump from distraction to distraction, wondering why their minds feel scattered, foggy, unfocused. They feel stuck not because they lack potential, but because their habits keep pulling them back into the same loops. The same thoughts, the same emotions, the same identity. If your mindset feels heavy, it's not because something is wrong with you. It's because your daily behaviors are wiring your brain to stay where you are. Every habit you repeat is a signal. Every routine you follow is a message. Every decision you make is a vote for the person you become. That's why this matters. That's why these next minutes can shift the direction of your life. Not through magic, through mastery. The truth is simple. Your life changes the moment your habits change. Not when you feel motivated, not when you get lucky, not when circumstances align, but when your daily choices finally start matching the future you say you want. If you've been feeling mentally drained, unfocused, overwhelmed, or easily discouraged, you're not broken. You're simply running mental programs that no longer serve you. Old patterns, old reactions, old beliefs. But the beautiful thing about the brain is this: it is rewritable, it is adaptable, it is waiting for new instructions. Your habits are those instructions. Every time you choose to move your body instead of scrolling, you rewrite a neural pathway. Every time you choose to finish something instead of abandoning it, you reinforce self-trust. Every time you choose silence over chaos, you strengthen clarity. Every time you choose discomfort over avoidance, you build resilience. And every time you choose a small act of growth, your mind expands its capacity to think, act, and respond differently. This audio is not entertainment. It's training, it's repetition, it's structure. And structure is what transforms you. Because motivation fades, hype disappears, feelings fluctuate, but habits shape your identity. If you give me the next 90 minutes, I will give you 10 habits that can rewire your mindset from the inside out. 10 habits that cut through mental noise. 10 habits that rebuild focus, sharpen clarity, restore discipline, lift your energy, and reset the way you see yourself. Each habit is simple, practical, actionable, not theories, not philosophy. Just daily practices that recondition your brain to think stronger, feel lighter, and move forward with confidence. Before we begin, I want you to picture something. Your future self, 1 year from now. Not the idealized, perfect version, just the version of you who stayed consistent. The you who didn't quit on day 3. The you who kept showing up even when it was boring, even when it was slow, even when no one noticed. What would that version of you look like? How would they think? How would they carry themselves? How would they respond to stress, distraction, fear, insecurity, or doubt? Because the gap between who you are and who you want to be is built on habits, brick by brick, day by day, decision by decision. Most people never change because they underestimate the power of small actions. They believe big transformation needs big effort, huge sacrifices, dramatic changes. But the truth is the opposite. Your brain changes through repetition, through consistency, through the small things you do every day, even if they feel insignificant in the moment. One glass of water doesn't change your health, but a daily hydration habit rewires your system. One focused morning doesn't transform your mind, but a daily intention ritual rewires your focus. One walk doesn't shift your energy, but moving your body daily rewires your mood. 1 minute of reflection doesn't create clarity, but journaling each night rewires your awareness. This is how your mindset rewires itself. Slowly, steadily, silently, beneath the surface. The roots grow long before the branches appear. The foundation strengthens long before the results show, and if you can accept that truth, not fight it, not rush it, not resent it, you can change anything. In this training, you won't be asked to do impossible things. You won't be asked to be perfect. You won't be asked to change your whole life overnight, but you will be asked to choose, to commit, to show up, and to follow through. We will move through 10 habits, each one chosen because it trains a different part of your mindset. Focus, discipline, self-trust, energy, clarity, resilience, awareness, learning, boundaries, consistency. Each habit is a small shift with a massive psychological return. Each one can be added to your day in minutes, and each one can create a noticeable difference in how you think, how you feel, and how you respond to the world around you. This is the blueprint for a stronger mind, a sharper mind, a calmer mind, a mind that works with you, not against you. As you listen, don't just absorb the words. Imagine yourself practicing them. Imagine how your days would feel with these habits in place. Imagine your confidence growing as your discipline strengthens. Imagine your stress shrinking as your clarity expands. Imagine your mindset rewiring itself into something steadier, cleaner, more powerful. Because the truth is this: your mindset isn't fixed, your patterns aren't permanent, your story isn't locked. It can all be rewritten, and it starts with your habits. So take a breath. Sit up. Listen with intention, and get ready for the first habit. Your new mindset begins now. Chapter 1. Start your morning. With intention, most people begin their mornings the same way they ended the night: rushed, distracted, reactive, and exhausted. They wake up already behind, already anxious, already mentally cluttered. Their minds don't rise with purpose. They rise into chaos, and that chaos becomes the operating system for the entire day. A morning without intention creates a mind without direction. A morning without structure creates a mind without clarity. A morning without ownership creates a mind that spends the whole day catching up instead of leading. This is the truth you must understand if you want to rewire your mindset. Your morning is the first vote you cast for who you are becoming. The moment you open your eyes, you are teaching your mind what kind of day it should expect. You are sending signals, signals of urgency, or signals of calm, signals of distraction, or signals of focus, signals of stagnation, or signals of growth. If you start your day unconsciously, you will live unconsciously. If you start your day intentionally, you will live intentionally. This is not about having the perfect morning routine. This is not about waking up at 4 a.m. or following some unrealistic checklist you found on a productivity blog. This is about something far more powerful and far more sustainable. Designing the first moments of your day so your brain knows you're in charge. Let's be honest, most people lose the day before the day even begins. They grab their phone before they even breathe. They scroll through notifications before they sit up. They check messages before they check on themselves. Their mind gets hijacked by comparison, urgency, noise, and stress. And without realizing it, they've already given their power away. This is the pain. A reactive morning creates a reactive mind. A reactive mind creates reactive choices. And reactive choices keep you stuck in the same emotional patterns for years. You know this pattern well. You've lived it. You've felt it. Those mornings where you wake up late, grab your phone, rush around, skip intention, and then wonder why your mind feels cloudy, unstable, or irritated by noon. You didn't do anything wrong. Your brain just followed the first pattern you gave it, and if you want a different life, you must give it a different pattern. Here is the core truth of this habit. Your mornings train your mind for the rest of the day. You set your priorities, you set your emotional tone, you set your mental clarity, you set your level of discipline, you set your resilience, not by thinking, not by hoping, but by action. When you start your morning with intention, you tell your brain, we choose clarity today, we choose focus today, we choose control today, we choose growth today. So what does an intentional morning actually look like? Not perfection. Not discipline forced on you by guilt. Not a ritual you can't maintain. Instead, think of it as a simple, repeatable system. One that takes only a few minutes but rewires your mindset for the entire day. Let's break it down. Step 1. Before anything else, breathe and notice. Don't rush. Don't reach. Don't react. Let your mind come online slowly, with presence. This moment teaches your brain something important. I choose awareness before action. Even 5 quiet breaths are enough. You are not your notifications. You are not your obligations. You are not your stress. You are a mind choosing its first move. This is the foundation. Step 2. Drink water and wake the body. Your brain thrives on hydration. Your energy depends on it. Most people feel morning anxiety simply because their brain is dehydrated and overstimulated. 1 glass of water, 1 stretch, 1 conscious inhale. This signals to your nervous system. We begin the day by caring for the vessel that carries us. You sharpen your thinking by resetting your physiology. This is the fastest way to get ahead of your emotions. Step 3. Set 1 clear intention for the day. Not 10, not 5. 1. Write it, say it, hold it. This is your mental anchor. Maybe your intention is focus, maybe it is patience, maybe it is discipline, maybe it is calm, maybe it is progress. But choose one and let that single intention serve as the compass that guides your decisions, reactions, and energy for the next 24 hours. Your brain loves clarity. It performs better when it knows what matters. This one practice alone can change your entire relationship with the day. Step 4. Protect your attention in the first 20 minutes. Your phone is not the enemy, but your lack of boundaries is. If you let the world in before you let your mind wake up, you lose ownership of your day. You become reactive instead of proactive. You begin to think about other people's goals instead of your own. Give yourself 20 minutes apiece. No social media. No inbox. No comparing your life to strangers. No jumping into the chaos. This is your time, your space, your reset. Protect it like your mindset depends on it, because it does. Step 5. Move your body, even for 1 minute. You don't need a workout. You don't need a gym. You don't need an hour. You need movement. Movement wakes up your brain. Movement sharpens your focus. Movement stabilizes your mood. Movement signals to your mind that you're ready to engage with the world, not hide from it. This can be stretching, walking, breathing deeply, rolling your shoulders, or stepping outside into fresh air. Just move. Your mind follows your body. Why this habit rewires your mindset? Because it changes the direction of your attention. Because it interrupts your old patterns. Because it shifts your identity from passive to active. Because it teaches your brain a new sequence of signals. You stop waking up to the world, you start waking up to yourself. Instead of reacting, you begin choosing. Instead of scrambling, you begin leading. Instead of drifting, you begin deciding. Instead of feeling overwhelmed, you begin feeling grounded. This is how new neural pathways form, through consistent, meaningful micro-actions. And the best part, you don't need perfection, you just need practice. If you miss a day, you begin again. If you wake up late, you still claim one moment of intention. If you fall back into old patterns, you breathe and return. Your goal is not to impress anyone. Your goal is to rewire your brain, and your brain rewires through repetition. Identity shift, who you become with this habit. When you start your mornings with intention, you become someone who directs your day instead of being dragged by it. You become someone who values clarity over chaos. You become someone who acts instead of reacts. You become someone who listens to their own mind before the world interrupts it. You become someone trustworthy to yourself. And that trust is the foundation of discipline. Discipline is the foundation of consistency. Consistency is the foundation of identity. Identity is the foundation of transformation. This is why this habit matters so much. It is the first brick in who you are building. Begin with intention. Say it softly, say it clearly. Say it every morning until your mind believes it. Now that you know how to claim your morning, the next habit will teach you how to protect the single most valuable resource you have, your focus. When your focus sharpens, your entire life sharpens with it. Let's begin. Chapter 2. Protect your focus. Focus is the currency of your life. Every dream you chase, every habit you build, every part of your mindset you're trying to rewire, it all depends on your ability to focus. Because without focus, even the strongest intentions fall apart. Without focus, even the smartest plans collapse. Without focus, your mind becomes a battlefield where every notification, every distraction, every thought, and every craving fights for control. Most people never lose to lack of ability. They lose to lack of focus. You can have ambition, you can have talent, you can have motivation, you can have good intentions, but if you can't direct your attention, none of it will matter. Attention is what turns potential into progress. And this is why protecting your focus is one of the most powerful habits you can build to rewire your mindset. To understand why this habit matters, first you have to face the real pain. Your attention is being stolen every hour, every minute, every morning, every night. The world is louder than it has ever been. Everything is designed to pull at your mind. Apps, messages, updates, ads, alerts, noise, urgency, expectations. You wake up and the world is already asking for pieces of you. You check your phone for just 1 second and 30 minutes disappear. You open a message just to reply quickly, and suddenly your mind is pulled in 5 directions. You scroll for a quick break, and suddenly your entire afternoon feels heavy, unproductive, and scattered. This is the pain. A distracted mind becomes a defeated mind, and a defeated mind cannot build a strong, focused, resilient life. The truth that most people ignore is this: focus isn't something you find. It's something you protect. You don't discover focus accidentally. You don't stumble into focus by luck. You create space for it. You guard it. You design your environment to support it. You train your mind to return to it over and over again. Focus is not a personality trait. Focus is a boundary. And if you want to rewire your mindset, you must build a life where your attention is not constantly under attack. Think about your days. Think about how often your mind gets pulled away from what you actually want to do. Think about how many minutes you lose checking, switching, bouncing, refreshing, scrolling, responding, and reacting. Each small distraction may feel harmless, but they come with a heavy price. Every distraction breaks your mental rhythm, and your brain takes time to recover. Far more time than you realize. This is why you feel tired even when you haven't done much. This is why your thoughts feel foggy even when you slept well. This is why you feel behind even when you started early. This is why your mind feels unfocused even when you want to be productive. Your brain is not broken, you're not lazy, you're not unmotivated. You're simply overexposed to noise and underprotected from it. So how do you take back your focus? By building a simple system that makes distractions powerless and makes your attention powerful again. Let's break it down into practical, repeatable steps. Step 1. Turn off non-essential notifications. You don't realize how many times a day your phone steals your attention. Alerts, buzzes, pop-ups, pings. Each one slices your focus, even if you don't open it. Your brain is wired to respond to novelty. Every ping feels urgent. Every flash feels important. Every vibration feels like a demand. But 99% of these notifications are nothing more than digital noise, designed to train your brain to be reactive instead of intentional. Turn them off. All of them, except what truly matters. Your mind deserves quiet. When your phone gets quieter, your brain gets stronger. Step 2. Create one daily focus block. Just one. Not a full day. Not a full morning, not a complicated schedule. One protected block where you work without interruptions. 25 minutes, 45 minutes, 60 minutes, whatever you can handle. A block where you step completely into the task, into the moment, into the flow. This is not about productivity. This is about identity. You're proving to your brain, we can stay with one thing, we can finish, we can follow through. Focus is a muscle, and this is how you train it. Step 3. Clean your environment before you clean your mind. You can't focus in a cluttered space. Your brain interprets visual mess as cognitive load. Every object, every item, every random thing you can see competes for your attention. You may not notice it consciously, but your brain feels it. So take 1 minute. Just one. Clear the desk. Remove what isn't needed. Set the scene for clarity. A clean environment is not just aesthetics, it is psychological strategy. When your space is calm, your mind is calm. When your mind is calm, your focus strengthens. Step 4. Protect your mornings. Your strongest focus lives in the morning, before the world has a chance to distract you, before your mind gets tired, before demands start pulling you in 10 directions. Don't give your freshest mind to your phone. Don't give your clarity to noise. Don't give your first energy to distraction. Give your morning focus to yourself, to your growth, to your goals. This single shift can change the entire architecture of your day. Step 5. Practice the art of monotasking. Your brain is not designed for multitasking. Every time you switch tasks, you lose mental energy and clarity. Monotasking is simple. Do one thing. Finish one thing. Respect one thing. Your brain will thank you for it. Your work will get better. Your thoughts will get clearer. Your stress will drop. Your discipline will rise. Doing one thing fully is far more powerful than doing 5 things halfway. Why this habit rewires your mindset? Because focus is the foundation of mental strength. When you protect your focus, you strengthen your discipline. When you strengthen your discipline, you reinforce your identity. When you reinforce your identity, you transform your mindset. Every time you choose to focus, you are teaching your brain how to stay with discomfort, how to resist impulse, how to ignore noise, and how to trust your own direction. Focus makes you calmer. Focus makes you clearer. Focus makes you more resilient. Focus makes you less reactive. Focus makes you feel capable again. You cannot build a powerful mind with scattered attention. You cannot build new habits with distracted energy. You cannot rewire your mindset if you lose the battle for your attention every single day. Protecting your focus is how you take your power back. Identity shift. Who you become with this habit. You become someone who doesn't get pulled around by noise, someone who sets boundaries without guilt, someone who works deeply and completes what they start, someone who doesn't need chaos to feel stimulated, someone whose mind feels sharp, clean, and steady, someone who respects their time and gets respected in return. Focus is more than a habit. It's a form of self-respect. Guard your focus. Simple, strong, non-negotiable. Say it again. Guard your focus. Guard your mind. Guard your path. Now that you have claimed your morning and protected your focus, the next habit will challenge you to do something uncomfortable. Something that builds resilience, discipline, and mental toughness at a level few people ever reach. It's time to embrace discomfort on purpose. Let's move to Chapter 3. Chapter 3. Do one hard thing daily. There is a part of your mind that only grows when you choose discomfort, a part that remains dormant when life is too easy, too predictable, too convenient, a part that is responsible for resilience, discipline, confidence, mental toughness, identity strength, and emotional stability. Most people never meet that part of themselves, not because they lack strength, but because they avoid the very discomfort that would reveal it. This is why doing one hard thing daily is one of the most transformative habits you can build. It's not about suffering. It's not about forcing pain. It's not about punishing yourself. It's about training your nervous system to stay steady when things get uncomfortable. Because discomfort is the doorway to every meaningful upgrade in your life. When you avoid discomfort, you reinforce the belief that you are fragile. When you face discomfort, you reinforce the belief that you are capable. This is the difference between a mindset that breaks easily and a mindset that bends, adapts, and grows stronger with every challenge. But before we dive into how to build this habit, we need to start with the pain. The reality most people live with but rarely acknowledge. Most people design their lives around comfort. They wake up and avoid the cold. They avoid hard conversations. They avoid exercise. They avoid challenges, risks, opportunities that feel intimidating. They avoid tasks that demand mental effort. They avoid anything that doesn't feel immediately rewarding, pleasant, or easy. Every time they avoid discomfort, their brain learns a damaging lesson. I can't handle this. Let's escape. And over time, this becomes automatic. Avoidance becomes their identity. Comfort becomes their prison. And their world becomes smaller, weaker, more fragile. But here is the truth. Comfort kills growth. Not because comfort is bad, but because it trains your mind to associate ease with safety and effort with danger. You rewire your mindset by reversing that association. When you purposely do something uncomfortable, something slightly hard, slightly challenging, you send a powerful message to your brain. I can handle more than I thought. I am not here to hide. I can walk toward discomfort instead of away from it. That message is the beginning of strength. Doing one hard thing daily doesn't mean climbing mountains or doing extreme challenges. It means choosing one small thing that stretches you just a little more than yesterday. Something that builds tolerance. Something that builds discipline. Something that builds mental stability. Let's break this habit down into simple, practical steps. Step 1. Identify one hard thing in your day. A hard thing isn't necessarily dramatic. It isn't something that breaks you. It's something that grows you. It can be physical, emotional, mental, or practical. Taking a cold shower for 30 seconds. Going for a walk when you don't feel like it. Starting a task you've been avoiding. Finishing something you've procrastinated for weeks. Having a difficult conversation you keep postponing. waking up without hitting snooze, turning off your phone for 30 minutes, saying no when you usually say yes, reading instead of scrolling, sitting in silence for 5 minutes instead of escaping into noise. The goal is not to suffer. The goal is to stretch. Your discomfort threshold rises when you choose challenges instead of being ambushed by them. Step 2. Do the hard thing first when possible. When you delay the hard thing, your stress grows, your anxiety grows, your resistance grows, your excuses multiply, your mind gets heavier. But when you face the hard thing early, everything else becomes easier. Because once you've done something challenging, the rest of your day feels lighter by comparison. Your brain recognizes the pattern. We did something hard. We didn't die. We didn't collapse. We didn't run. We can handle more. This is how resilience is built. Through repetition, not luck. Doing the hard thing first is not always possible, but when it is, it's one of the most powerful confidence-building strategies available. Step 3. Stay with the discomfort instead of escaping it. When things get uncomfortable, your brain activates old programs. Quit, run, hide, delay, distract, avoid. But discomfort is not danger. Discomfort is data. And if you stay with it for a few seconds, just a few seconds, you begin to see that nothing bad happens. Your heart beats, your breath shifts, your mind resists, but you overcome it. And in that moment, you're no longer the person who used to escape. You're becoming someone new, someone stronger, clearer, calmer, and more disciplined. The key is this. Don't run from the feeling. Observe it. Let it rise. Let it peak. Let it pass. Discomfort is temporary. Growth is permanent. Step 4. Celebrate the micro-victory. Not with rewards, not with indulgence, not with treats. Celebrate internally, with acknowledgement. I did something difficult today. I followed through. I kept my word to myself. This small recognition releases dopamine in a meaningful way, not from distraction, but from discipline. You want your brain to associate challenge with satisfaction, not stress. When discipline feels rewarding, your identity shifts. You begin to see yourself as someone who overcomes instead of avoids, and that identity is far more powerful than motivation. Step 5. Track it. A simple list, a small journal, a notes app, a single line every day. Hard thing of the day. Tracking builds momentum. Momentum builds consistency. Consistency builds identity. This is not about checking boxes. It's about showing your brain every day we are becoming someone new. Why this habit rewires your mindset? Because discomfort is the teacher. And you can't learn strength without feeling its pressure. Every hard thing you do expands your discomfort tolerance, shrinks your fear response, makes obstacles seem smaller, builds psychological stability, strengthens your sense of control, trains your mind to push through emotional friction, helps you adapt instead of collapse. You stop seeing challenges as threats. You start seeing them as opportunities. You stop running from effort. You start walking toward growth. This is how warriors are built. This is how discipline is forged. This is how a mindset rewires itself from fragile to unbreakable. When you do one hard thing daily, you become someone dependable to yourself. And when you trust yourself to face discomfort, everything else in life becomes easier. Identity shift. Who you become with this habit. You become someone who doesn't break at the first sign of pressure. Someone who stands tall when others shrink. Someone who doesn't fear challenge. Someone who doesn't negotiate with their excuses. Someone who doesn't retreat when things get uncomfortable. Someone who takes action when others hesitate. Someone whose strength is not loud but steady. Someone who grows daily, not by chance, but by choice. Your resilience becomes your identity. Your discipline becomes your baseline. Your courage becomes your normal. And slowly, quietly, consistently, You become a different person, stronger, sharper, more grounded, more capable, more unstoppable. Discomfort is your gym. Say it when you hesitate. Say it when you want to quit. Say it when you need strength. Discomfort is your gym. Every repetition makes you stronger. Now that you've learned to do one hard thing daily, to meet discomfort, to choose challenge, to build resilience, it's time to shift into a habit that transforms how you show up in the world. You've built strength. Now it's time to build integrity. Chapter 4 is about finishing what you start and why completion rewires your confidence at the deepest level. Chapter 4. Finish what you start. There is a quiet kind of power that only appears when you finish what you start. A power that doesn't make noise, doesn't demand attention, doesn't brag, but reshapes your entire identity from the inside out. Because finishing is not about the task. Finishing is about the person you become when you refuse to abandon your commitments. Most people live in a world of half-built bridges, half-read books, half-cleaned rooms, half-written plans, half-hearted efforts, half-finished dreams. They start with excitement, but they never follow through. They begin with motivation, but they never stay long enough to grow discipline. They begin with desire, but they never complete the process long enough to see results. And over time, they train their brains to accept unfinished things as normal. This is the real pain. Every time you quit on something small, you reinforce the belief that you can't be trusted with something big. You weaken your self-image. You weaken your discipline. You weaken your momentum. You weaken your confidence. Because confidence is not born from achievement. Confidence is born from completion. When you finish, you prove something to yourself. I keep my word. I follow through. I can rely on myself. I don't stop when it gets boring. I don't collapse when it gets uncomfortable. This is the identity shift most people never experience because they quit too soon, too often, too easily. But you're here because you're rewiring your mindset, and rewiring requires completion. Rewiring requires closure. Rewiring requires the discipline to push something across the finish line. Not perfectly, but intentionally. Before we talk about how to build this habit, we need to acknowledge the painful truth. Starting feels good. Finishing feels uncomfortable. Starting is exciting. Starting is dopamine. Starting is novelty. Starting is fantasy. Finishing is different. Finishing is slow. Finishing is repetitive. Finishing is unglamorous. Finishing is disciplined. Finishing requires discomfort tolerance. This is why most people abandon their goals. They only know how to enjoy beginnings, not how to commit to endings. But if you want to rewire your mindset, you must change your relationship with finishing. Because finishing is not talent, it's training. And the more you train it, the more unstoppable you become. Let's break this habit into a practical system you can implement every day. Step 1. Choose one unfinished task and complete it today. Not 10, not 5, not even 3. Just one. You already know which one. The email you haven't sent, the message you haven't replied to, the closet you haven't organized, the work project you left hanging, the book you abandoned at chapter 4. The small task that drains your mental energy every time you remember it. Completing one unfinished thing doesn't just remove clutter. It removes cognitive weight. It frees mental space. It gives your brain a sense of closure. It builds the identity of someone who finishes. Today, you finish one thing. Tomorrow, you finish another. Slowly, your life becomes a series of completions instead of abandoned attempts. Step 2. Create a finish list, not a to-do list. To-do lists grow endlessly. Finish lists create momentum. A finish list has only 3 rules. 1. Choose tasks you will complete today. 2. No adding after you begin. 3. Every item must be finished before the day ends. This is not about doing more. It's about doing what matters, fully. Your brain thrives on clarity. Your mind thrives on completion. Your discipline thrives on boundaries. When you limit your commitments, you increase your follow-through. Step 3. Break the task into its smallest executable action. Finishing becomes easier when the task becomes smaller. You don't finish a project. You finish the first 5 minutes. You don't clean the whole room. You clean the desk. You don't read a whole book. You read 2 pages. You don't complete a habit. You take the first step. Small actions create big momentum. Small wins create big confidence. Small steps create strong identity. Your brain doesn't need the whole staircase, it just needs the next step. Step 4. Remove escape routes. The reason people quit is not lack of ability. It's the abundance of distractions that offer emotional escape. You get bored, you grab your phone, you get stuck, you scroll, you get tired, you switch tasks, you get uncomfortable, you avoid. Finishing requires closing the exits. 1 tab, 1 task, 1 focus, 1 direction. When you limit your options, your commitment becomes stronger. When you limit your distractions, your clarity becomes sharper. Your environment should support your follow-through, not sabotage it. Step 5. Stop negotiating with your mind. Your mind will always offer you a way out. That's enough for today. You can do it tomorrow. This doesn't really matter. You're tired. You've done enough. But discipline begins when negotiation ends. Finishing requires one simple internal command. We're not done yet. Not with anger, not with pressure, not with punishment. Just a calm, steady, clear decision. The moment you stop negotiating, you start leading. Why this habit rewires your mindset? Because finishing is identity. Every completion sends a message to your brain. I am the kind of person who follows through. Every time you finish, you strengthen the circuits responsible for discipline, focus, resilience, and self-trust. Your mind becomes wired for closure instead of drift. Decisions become easier. Commitments feel lighter. Tasks feel more manageable. You stop feeling overwhelmed. You stop procrastinating as often. You stop doubting yourself. You stop hiding behind excuses. Finishing teaches your brain that you're capable of more than you think. Not through hype, but through evidence. Momentum grows from completion. Confidence grows from completion. Identity grows from completion, and identity is what rewires mindset at the deepest level. When your brain believes you keep your promises, your entire life begins to shift. Identity shift, who you become with this habit. You become someone who can be counted on, someone who respects their time, someone who respects their commitments, someone who doesn't disappear halfway through the process, someone who builds trust with themselves, someone who finishes, not because it's easy, but because it's who they are. Finishing becomes your signature. Completion becomes your normal. Follow-through becomes your foundation. When you finish what you start, you step into a version of yourself that is powerful, disciplined, reliable, and grounded. And that version of you will take you further than motivation ever will. Finish what you start. Say it early. Say it often. Say it when you hesitate. Say it when you want to quit. Say it until your actions match your identity. Finish what you start. Finish what you start. Finish what you start. Now that you've learned the power of finishing, the discipline, the identity shift, the rewiring of self-trust, it's time to confront another habit that silently shapes your mindset every day. A habit that determines whether you grow or stagnate. A habit that decides whether your mind expands or shrinks. In Chapter 5, you will discover why consuming less and creating more is the key to reclaiming mental energy, purpose, and clarity. Chapter 5. Consume less, create more. Your mind becomes what you feed it. your identity becomes what you practice. Your life becomes what you choose to build. And this is why the habit of consuming less and creating more is one of the most powerful levers for rewiring your mindset. Because your brain is not just shaped by what you think. It is shaped by what you do, what you express, and what you produce. Most people spend their lives consuming. They consume information, entertainment, opinions, noise, distractions, trends, updates, stories, and drama. They consume far more than their mind can process, and far more than their lives can benefit from. And slowly, without noticing, they slip into mental overload. Information becomes clutter. Inspiration becomes comparison. Entertainment becomes escape. Consumption becomes addiction. And the saddest part? The more people consume, the less they create, the less they express, the less they build, the less they grow. This is the pain. You cannot think clearly when you drown your mind in noise. You cannot find direction when you bury yourself under endless input. You cannot feel confident when you constantly compare your life to others. You cannot build discipline when your mind is overstimulated and underutilized. People consume because consuming is easy. It requires nothing from you, no effort, no courage, no risk. You scroll, you watch, you read, you comment, you drift. You disappear into other people's creativity instead of using your own. But here is the truth you must face if you want to rewire your mindset. Creation rewires your brain. Consumption numbs it. When you create, even something small, you activate energy, focus, intention, identity, confidence, and clarity. When you create, you step into a life where you are the producer, not the spectator. When you create, you're using your mind to generate value instead of absorbing noise. You don't need to be an artist. You don't need to be a writer. You don't need to be a filmmaker, musician, designer, or inventor. Creation simply means producing something that moves your life forward instead of letting your life fade into someone else's feed. Creating can be writing one paragraph, recording one idea, building one step of a project, solving one problem, improving one skill, organizing one space, planning one goal, learning one technique, making something slightly better than yesterday. Creation is progress. Consumption is pause. And progress, even tiny progress, rewires your brain faster than any amount of passive information ever will. Let's break this habit into a practical framework you can apply every single day. Step 1. Set a daily consumption limit. Don't eliminate consumption. Refine it. You still need inspiration. You still need information. You still need entertainment. But you do not need hours of it. You do not need constant stimulation. You do not need a stream of content overwhelming your nervous system. Give yourself a limit. 30 minutes of intentional consumption. Not autopilot, not doom scrolling, not algorithm chasing. Intentional input only. Your mind needs space to breathe. Your ideas need room to grow. Your creativity needs silence. Set the limit and honor it. Step 2. Replace one consumption block with one creation block. If you scroll for 20 minutes, convert 20 minutes into creation. If you binge for an hour, convert an hour into creation. If you drift on social media, redirect that time into building something that matters. Creation doesn't need to be perfect. It doesn't need to be impressive. It just needs to be yours. Here is your shift. Every time you catch yourself consuming mindlessly, ask, what can I create instead? Write something, build something, organize something, plan something, practice something, express something. Every moment of creation strengthens your mindset. Every moment of consumption weakens it, unless it serves your growth. Step 3. Keep your creations small, simple, and sustainable. Most people don't create because they expect too much from themselves. They think creation must be meaningful, revolutionary, perfect or high quality. That pressure kills action. Your creations can be tiny, a one-sentence journal entry, a rough sketch, a short voice note, a simple solution, a cleaned drawer, a micro step of a project, a single insight captured, one paragraph written. Small creation builds large identity. Start small, repeat often, let consistency build greatness. Step 4. Reduce digital noise, increase real-world engagement. Most consumption is digital, most distraction is digital, most comparison is digital. Most emotional exhaustion comes from digital overload. But creation is often physical. A clean room, a planned day, a handwritten idea, a walk that clears your thinking, a conversation that improves your understanding, a project that gets one step closer to completion. You rewire your brain when you engage with the real world instead of escaping into the digital world. Cut the noise, create space, let silence return, let clarity rise. Step 5. Celebrate effort, not outcome. Creation is a habit, not a performance. You don't need your creation to be impressive. You don't need it to be perfect. You don't need anyone to validate it. You only need to show up. Celebrate effort. I built something today. I contributed something today. I grew today. I acted today. I chose intention today. Every time you celebrate effort, you reinforce the identity of a creator, someone who engages with their life instead of drifting through it. Effort rewires your mindset more than results ever will. Why this habit rewires your mindset? Because creation is active, consumption is passive, and your brain changes more when you act than when you observe. Creating shifts you into forward motion. It strengthens your neural pathways for discipline. It builds cognitive confidence. It reduces anxiety by giving your mind direction. It reduces comparison by anchoring you in your own progress. It creates pride, momentum, clarity, and purpose. Creation transforms you because it forces your brain to organize thoughts, solve problems, and express ideas, all of which stimulate growth. Consumption, when unchecked, does the opposite. It floods your brain without giving it space to process. It overstimulates your dopamine system. It weakens your ability to focus. It discourages you through comparison. It turns your mind into a warehouse instead of a workshop. If you want to feel better, think better, act better, and grow faster, creation must become a core part of your daily life. Identity shift. Who you become with this habit. You become someone who produces instead of drifts, someone who builds instead of watches, someone who contributes instead of hides, someone who creates clarity instead of seeking escape, someone who uses their mind intentionally instead of passively, someone who shapes their world instead of consuming someone else's, someone who grows daily, not by accident but by choice. Creation strengthens identity. Identity strengthens discipline. Discipline strengthens mindset. This is how you rewire yourself from the inside out. Build, don't browse. Say it when you open your phone. Say it when you reach for distraction. Say it when you feel stuck. Say it when you need momentum. Build, don't browse. One action at a time. Now that you understand how consumption drains your energy and creation fuels your growth, it's time for a habit that unlocks one of the most powerful shifts in your mindset: the relationship between your body and your mind. In Chapter 6, we dive into the habit that recharges your energy, boosts your clarity, stabilizes your mood, and sharpens your thinking, all through something incredibly simple. Move your body daily. Chapter 6. Move your body daily. Your body is not separate from your mind. Your thoughts, your emotions, your focus, your discipline, your clarity, they are all deeply connected to the state of your physical energy. You cannot build a strong mindset with a weak body. You cannot create mental clarity when your nervous system is stagnant. You cannot expect emotional stability when your physiology is depleted. Movement is not just exercise. Movement is mental rewiring. Every time you move your body, you send a powerful signal to your brain. We're alive. We're capable. We're in motion. We choose growth. Movement wakes up the mind. Movement sharpens focus. Movement stabilizes mood. Movement strengthens discipline. Movement builds momentum. And yet, most people treat movement as optional. They wait for motivation. They wait for the right time. They wait for energy. They wait for a perfect routine. And because they wait, they never move. And because they never move, their mind slowly loses its sharpness, clarity, and confidence. Let's begin with the pain, because you felt it, and you know it well. Most people live inside a body that feels heavy, tired, tense, tight, sluggish, or unfocused. They wake up groggy. They sit for hours. They are surrounded by stimulation but deprived of natural energy. Their mind wants to work, but their body isn't supporting it. Their brain wants clarity, but their physiology creates fog. Their emotions want balance, but their nervous system is underpowered. This is the pain. When your body doesn't move, your mind cannot move either. You think slower, you react faster, you get irritated more easily, you lack emotional tolerance, you feel overwhelmed sooner. You get stuck in loops of overthinking. You lose the spark that makes life feel vivid and alive. The biggest misconception people have about movement is thinking it's optional, something you do only when you have time, energy, or motivation. But if your goal is to rewire your mindset, movement is not optional. Movement is medicine. Movement is fuel. Movement is clarity. Here is the truth most people never realize. Energy is not something you wait for. Energy is something you create. You don't need to push your body to extremes. You don't need long workouts or heavy training. You don't need access to a gym or equipment. You don't need an athletic background. You only need consistent movement, daily movement, intentional movement. Because when your body moves, your brain fires. When your heart rate rises, your mind activates. When your muscles engage, your thoughts sharpen. When your circulation increases, your emotions stabilize. This is not motivation. This is biology. Let's break this habit into simple, practical steps that anyone can follow. Step 1. Start with a 5-minute rule. Most people fail at fitness routines because they set unrealistic expectations. They attempt to start too big, too fast, too intensely, and then quit. The key is not intensity. The key is repetition. Make it nearly impossible to fail. 5 minutes. That's it. Walk for 5 minutes. Stretch for 5 minutes. Do light exercises for 5 minutes. Move your body in any simple way for 5 minutes. Consistency before intensity. Identity before achievement. These 5 minutes are not about fitness. They're about rewiring your brain to expect movement, not resistance. Step 2. Choose a type of movement that feels natural. Movement should match your lifestyle, your personality, your environment, and your current level of fitness. Don't copy routines that don't fit your life. Here are options that require no equipment and no special skills. A brisk walk, light stretching mobility, exercises, dancing bodyweight training, yoga, simple flow movements, climbing stairs, morning activation routines. Short posture resets throughout the day. The best movement is the one you can do every day, not the one that looks impressive for a week. Choose a movement that feels good. Choose a movement that feels doable. Choose a movement that fits your life. When movement feels natural, consistency becomes effortless. Step 3. Move early to set your mental tone. Your morning is the most powerful moment for movement. Not because morning workouts burn more calories, but because they prime your brain for the entire day. Movement in the morning. Wakes up your nervous system, clears mental fog, boosts cognitive performance, reduces stress reactivity, improves emotional tolerance, sharpens focus and discipline. It doesn't need to be long. 30 seconds of stretching, deep breaths, shoulder rolls, a quick walk, anything that wakes the body. If you move early, your thoughts follow. Your mind becomes lighter. Your attitude becomes stronger. Your day becomes smoother. Step 4. Break long sitting patterns with micro movements. Sitting for hours might be normal, but it is not harmless. Long periods of stillness drain your energy, tighten your muscles, lower your mood, reduce your clarity, and confuse your body's natural rhythms. Every hour, stand up. Stretch. Rotate your neck. Roll your shoulders. Open your chest. Take a few steps. Reset your posture. These micro movements are tiny but powerful. They keep your body awake and your mind alert. They prevent mental fatigue and protect your productivity. Movement doesn't need to be dramatic to be effective. It only needs to be consistent. Step 5. Use movement to reset your emotions. When you feel stressed, overwhelmed, anxious, irritated, or stuck, your body is speaking. And the fastest way to reset your emotional state is to reset your physiology. Walk outside, shake out your arms, stretch your back, breathe deeply, change your posture. Your emotions follow your body. If you stay still while your mind is overwhelmed, the overwhelm grows. If you move your body, the overwhelm dissolves. This is emotional regulation through physical action. Movement is therapy. Movement is grounding. Movement is release. Why this habit rewires your mindset? Because your mindset is not just mental. It is physical. It lives inside your nervous system, your energy, your breath, your circulation, your posture, your muscle tension, and your overall vitality. Movement rewires your mindset because it increases dopamine in a healthy way, it stabilizes serotonin, it reduces cortisol, it increases oxygen to the brain, it stimulates neuroplasticity, it improves cognitive performance, it increases emotional resilience. It enhances motivation, it builds discipline, it strengthens identity. Movement teaches your brain that you are not passive. You are active. You are not stuck. You are capable. You are not fragile. You are strong. You are not collapsing. You are rising. This is not about workouts. This is about self-leadership. Identity shift, who you become with this habit. You become someone who creates their own energy, someone who takes ownership of their physical state, someone who doesn't wait for motivation, but generates it, someone who feels clearer, sharper, calmer, and stronger, someone whose mind feels alive because their body is alive, someone who moves through life with intention, not stagnation. Movement becomes your anchor, your foundation, your baseline, your identity. You become someone who moves daily, not because you have to, but because it makes you better in every way. Move to think better. Say it when you feel tired. Say it when you feel stuck. Say it when you want clarity. Say it when your emotions get heavy. Say it when your mind loses focus. Move to think better. Move to feel better. Move to live better. Now that you've reclaimed your energy and stabilized your mental clarity through movement, it's time to turn inward, into the habit that strengthens emotional intelligence, self-awareness, and inner peace. In Chapter 7, you will learn how reflective writing, even for a few minutes, can quiet your mind, reveal your patterns, and reshape your inner dialogue. Chapter 7. Journal to understand yourself. Your mind speaks all day, but most people never stop long enough to actually hear what it's saying. They move from task to task, from thought to thought, from emotion to emotion, without ever pausing to observe what's happening inside. They don't slow down long enough to notice their fears, their triggers, their desires, their patterns, their beliefs, or the stories they have been telling themselves for years. And because they never look inward, they stay strangers to themselves. This is why journaling, even just a few minutes of intentional writing, is one of the most powerful habits for rewiring your mindset. Not because writing itself is magical, but because awareness is the foundation of transformation, and journaling is the most direct path to awareness. You cannot change what you cannot see. You cannot improve what you cannot name. You cannot control what you cannot understand. Most people don't lack discipline. They lack clarity. Most people don't lack motivation. They lack self-awareness. Most people don't lack direction. They lack the ability to hear their own internal signals. Before we talk about journaling as a daily practice, let's begin with the pain. The truth most people avoid. Most people live in mental chaos. Their thoughts run fast, but without structure. Their emotions spike quickly, but without understanding. Their reactions feel automatic, but not intentional. Their decisions feel impulsive, not grounded. Their inner world feels loud, but not organized. They don't know why they get triggered. They don't know why they repeat the same mistakes. They don't know why certain fears keep showing up. They don't know why certain patterns keep looping. They don't know why certain emotions keep returning. And they think this confusion is normal. They think this chaos is part of life. But really, it's the result of unprocessed thoughts and unexamined emotions. Your mind is not the enemy. Your mind is simply full of things you haven't made space to understand. When you don't pause to reflect, your emotions drive your decisions. When you don't clarify your thoughts, your fears shape your choices. When you don't sort through your patterns, your past dictates your future. This is the pain. Confusion isn't weakness. It's a signal that you need reflection. And the truth that most people never realize is this. Journaling is not about writing. It's about thinking clearly. You don't write to look poetic. You don't write to impress anyone. You don't write to keep perfect sentences. You don't write to record your day like a diary. You write to understand. You write to observe. You write to organize your inner world. You write to create space between your emotions and your identity. Journaling is the fastest way to see what your mind has been trying to tell you. Let's break this habit into a system you can apply every day. Step 1. Ask the 3 clarity questions. Journaling is powerful because it forces your mind to slow down long enough to examine itself. But you don't need long sessions, deep essays, or complex prompts. Start simple. Every day, answer these 3 questions. 1. What am I avoiding? Avoidance reveals fear. Avoidance reveals truth. Avoidance reveals growth opportunities. Every time you name what you're avoiding, you weaken its power. 2. What do I want right now? Desire shows direction. Your mind always knows the next step, even when your life feels chaotic. Writing it down gives the desire shape and clarity. 3. What do I need to let go of? Because holding on to old fears, old stories, old mistakes, and old versions of yourself is the fastest way to stay stuck. Letting go is not forgetting. It's freeing mental space. These 3 questions create awareness, calm, and alignment. They form the foundation of self-understanding. Step 2. Write without judgment. Most people struggle with journaling because they try to write correctly. They try to impress themselves with thoughtful sentences. They try to organize their writing like an essay. They try to make it perfect, but journaling is not literature. Journaling is honesty. Messy is allowed. Chaotic is allowed. Incomplete is allowed. Emotional is allowed. Contradictory is allowed. Raw is allowed. You're not writing to be read. You're writing to be understood. Your journal is the one place where you don't need to perform. you only need to reveal. Step 3. Keep it short but consistent. You don't need 30 minutes. You don't need multiple pages. You don't even need full sentences. You need consistency. 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes at most. Enough time to check in with your mind. Enough time to organize your thoughts. Enough time to release emotional weight. A short daily reflection rewires your brain far more effectively than a long session once a week. Consistency builds clarity. Clarity builds confidence. Confidence builds identity. Step 4. Use journaling to regulate your emotions. When your emotions rise, anxiety, frustration, sadness, overwhelm, fear, your instinct will be to escape or distract. But journaling gives you a healthier, more powerful alternative. Put your emotions on paper, not to suppress them, not to ignore them, not to fight them, but to understand them. When you write your feelings down, they lose intensity. Emotions shrink when they are expressed clearly. Thoughts soften when they are placed in front of you instead of swirling inside you. You take the emotion from the mind and move it to the page, and that act alone creates separation, control, and relief. This is emotional regulation. This is cognitive clarity. This is inner leadership. Step 5. Review your patterns weekly. Daily entries are for clarity. Weekly reviews are for transformation. Once a week, read through your entries with curiosity, not judgment. Look for patterns. What emotions show up repeatedly? What fears echo the loudest? What desires keep returning? What triggers appear again and again? What habits help you? What habits drain you? What thoughts keep looping? What beliefs feel outdated? Patterns reveal the truth, the real architecture of your mindset. You cannot rewire what you cannot identify. And when you see your patterns clearly, change becomes easier, faster, and far more sustainable. Why this habit rewires your mindset? Because journaling turns the unconscious into the conscious. It transforms noise into clarity, chaos into structure, emotion into understanding, reaction into choice. Journaling rewires your mindset by reducing mental clutter, improving emotional awareness, increasing decision-making clarity, building self-trust, strengthening discipline, deepening focus. Revealing blind spots, helping you break recurring cycles. Letting you release what you've been carrying. Recovering your ability to think cleanly and calmly. Journaling doesn't change your life by itself. It changes you, and you change your life. This is inner work. This is mental training. This is psychological alignment. This is how you create a mind that leads rather than reacts. Identity shift, who you become with this habit. You become someone who understands themselves deeply. Someone who doesn't fear their thoughts. Someone who doesn't run from emotions. Someone who faces their internal world with clarity instead of avoidance. Someone who makes decisions consciously, not impulsively. Someone who sees their patterns early and redirects them wisely. Someone grounded, aware, present, and steady. You become someone who can look inward without breaking, because you've built the skill of inner clarity. Write to see clearly. Say it before you journal. Say it when your mind feels heavy. Say it when you feel overwhelmed. Say it when emotions rise. Write to see clearly. Write to understand. Write to grow. Now that you've learned to clear your inner world through journaling, it's time to build the habit that ensures your mind keeps evolving, not just emotionally, but intellectually. In Chapter 8, you'll learn why learning one useful thing every day reshapes your confidence, expands your thinking, and accelerates your personal evolution. Chapter 8. Learn one useful thing. Every day, your mind is the most powerful tool you own. But like any tool, it dulls when it is neglected, and it sharpens when it is used. Growth doesn't happen by accident. Strength doesn't happen by luck. Clarity doesn't happen by chance. You become stronger because you choose to feed your mind the right things, consistently, intentionally, daily. This is why learning one useful thing every day is a habit that rewires your mindset at a deeper level than almost anything else. It's small enough that you can do it consistently. It's simple enough that it doesn't overwhelm you, but it's powerful enough that it changes your perspective, your confidence, your thinking, and your identity over time. Learning isn't about collecting information. It's about upgrading the way your mind works. Because every useful thing you learn becomes a tool you can use in decision-making, problem-solving, emotional regulation, communication, discipline, and growth. Before we build this habit, we must start with the pain, the reality that keeps most people stuck. Most people stop learning after school. They move through life repeating the same thoughts, the same behaviors, the same emotional reactions, the same mistakes, the same interpretations of the world. Their minds grow older, but not wiser. Their experiences increase, but their understanding does not. They feel stuck because their thinking is stuck. They feel limited because their mindset is limited. They feel unconfident because they haven't fed their mind anything new in years. And here's the real pain. When you stop learning, life becomes heavier because your mind has no new tools to handle its challenges. Without learning, small problems feel big. Without learning, fear grows faster. Without learning, perspective shrinks. Without learning, you rely only on emotion, not wisdom. Without learning, you repeat cycles that you could have escaped long ago. Your mind wants to grow. Your mind wants expansion. Your mind wants challenge, curiosity, stimulation, insight. And when you don't give it that, it withers. But here is the truth that rewires everything. You don't need hours of studying. You don't need complex content. You don't need a teacher. You only need one useful insight a day. One idea, one lesson, one strategy, one perspective, one question, one piece of clarity. One useful thing a day won't change your life in a week, but it will change your mind permanently. Let's break this habit into a simple, practical system that fits easily into your daily routine. Step 1. Define what useful means for you. Useful does not mean complicated. Useful does not mean academic. Useful does not mean impressive. Useful simply means, this helps me think better, live better, or become better. A useful thing can be a mindset principle, a mental model, a psychological insight, a productivity technique, a life lesson, a financial tip, a communication strategy, a health or wellness insight, an emotional regulation tool. A single sentence that shifts your perspective. You're not learning for entertainment, you are learning for evolution. Once you understand this, your mind becomes hungry again for the right things. Step 2. Keep your daily learning session small. The reason most people don't learn consistently is because they aim too big. I'll read an hour every night. I'll take a full course this month. I'll study for 2 hours on weekends. And then life gets busy. Motivation fades or fatigue kicks in, and the habit dies. Small learning is better than no learning. 5 pages, 10 minutes, one short video, one idea written down, one paragraph from a book, one insight from a podcast, one note from a mentor. Your brain doesn't need quantity, it needs consistency. Daily learning builds intellectual momentum, and momentum makes growth effortless. Step 3. Capture your insight in a simple system. Learning without remembering creates no change. Learning without applying creates no transformation. Every day, write down the one useful thing you learned, just one, in a notebook, a notes app, or a journal. A simple entry. Today's insight. Why it matters, how I will use it. This process turns information into understanding and understanding into practical wisdom. This is how your mindset expands. Not through what you consume, but through what you record and apply. Step 4. Connect your learning to real life. The most important question you can ask yourself after learning something is, where in my life can I use this? This single question transforms abstract knowledge into practical growth. Learn a communication technique. Use it in your next conversation. Learn a mindset principle. Apply it during your next challenge. Learn a productivity tip. Test it tomorrow morning. Learn a financial insight. Implement it in your budgeting. Learn an emotional tool. Use it when stress rises. Your brain changes when you apply, not when you read. Step 5. Build curiosity instead of pressure. Don't turn learning into a chore. Turn it into exploration. Be curious. Follow your interests. Dive into topics that excite you. Let your learning shape your identity, not your ego. Curiosity makes learning fun. Curiosity keeps learning sustainable. Curiosity rewires your mindset far faster than discipline alone. Your brain loves novelty when it is chosen, not forced. Why this habit rewires your mindset? Because learning shifts the entire structure of your thinking. It sharpens your intelligence. It strengthens your emotional stability. It builds confidence. It expands your mental flexibility. It reduces stress by giving you more tools to handle life. It widens your perspective so problems feel smaller. It deepens your understanding of yourself and others. It breaks the cycles that confusion and ignorance create. Learning one useful thing every day increases neuroplasticity, improves memory, boosts creativity, strengthens decision-making, enhances problem-solving, builds long-term self-trust. You don't become wise by age. You become wise by learning. And learning daily is how you create a mind that is resilient, grounded, adaptable, and powerful. This habit rewires your mindset because it ensures that you never stop growing, never stop evolving, never stop expanding your world. A growing mind is a strong mind. A strong mind is a stable mind. A stable mind is an unstoppable life. Identity shift, who you become with this habit. You become someone who values growth. Someone who sees the world with curiosity instead of fear. Someone who evolves every single day. Someone who thinks deeper, clearer, and smarter. Someone who has tools instead of confusion. Someone who responds with wisdom instead of reactivity. Someone who invests in themselves consistently. Someone who outgrows their old limitations. Your identity becomes, I learn something every day. I grow every day. I evolve every day. When learning becomes who you are, improvement becomes automatic. Learn daily. Say it every morning. Say it before you open a book. Say it when your mind feels dull. Say it when you feel stuck. Learn daily, not for perfection, but for evolution. Now that your mind is expanding through daily learning, it's time to confront a habit that protects that growth from being drained. In Chapter 9, you'll discover the power of cutting what drains your energy. The people, the habits, the distractions, and the patterns that quietly weaken your mindset. Chapter 9. Cut what drains your energy. Your energy is your life force, your mindset, your discipline, your confidence, your focus, your emotional stability. Every part of your inner world depends on the strength of your energy. When your energy is high, life feels manageable, challenges feel smaller, progress feels possible, discipline feels doable. But when your energy is drained, everything becomes heavier. Even simple tasks feel overwhelming. Energy is not just physical. Energy is emotional. Energy is mental. Energy is spiritual. And the habit of cutting what drains your energy is one of the most important steps you can take to rewire your mindset. Because no matter how many positive habits you build, if your life is full of hidden leaks, you'll always feel tired, stuck, and behind. Before we talk about how to protect your energy, we must acknowledge the pain that most people deny. Most people are exhausted. Not because they do too much, but because they tolerate too much. They tolerate draining relationships. They tolerate draining habits. They tolerate draining environments. They tolerate draining thoughts. They tolerate draining obligations. They tolerate draining digital noise. They tolerate draining routines. They let everything and everyone pull from them without pausing long enough to ask, is this worth my energy? This is the pain. Your energy is being stolen by things you don't even like, want, or need. Not because your life is hard, but because your boundaries are weak. Not because you lack potential, but because you lack protection. Not because you're tired, but because you're leaking energy in places that don't deserve it. You cannot build a strong mind inside a life full of energy thieves. Here is the truth you must accept if you want to rewire your mindset. Your energy determines your thinking, and your thinking determines your life. When your energy is high, you think clearly, you respond calmly, you choose wisely, you move intentionally, you show discipline, you follow through, you feel grounded. When your energy is low, you overthink everything, you react emotionally, you avoid challenges, you lose motivation, you procrastinate, you doubt yourself, you feel overwhelmed. Protecting your energy is not optional. It is essential. Let's break this habit into a system that removes what drains you and strengthens what fuels you. Step 1. Identify your energy leaks. You cannot cut what you cannot see. Spend a few minutes writing down everything that drains you, big or small. Consider people who leaves you feeling anxious, tense, drained, or irritated. Habits. What behaviors steal your time, focus, and peace? Digital noise. Which apps, notifications, or platforms leave your mind cluttered? Clutter. What physical environments weigh on you instead of supporting you? Thoughts. Which mental loops keep you stuck or stressed? Responsibilities. What obligations no longer align with your values or goals? Be honest. Awareness is the first act of self-respect. Step 2. Remove 3 small drains immediately. Don't start big. Start manageable. Small drains include a toxic group chat, a messy corner of your room, a draining social media account, a useless subscription, an obligation you no longer want, a habit that wastes your mornings, an app that steals your attention. Removing small drains builds momentum. Momentum builds clarity. Clarity builds confidence. This is how you train your brain to expect alignment, not exhaustion. Step 3. Set one non-negotiable boundary. Boundaries are not about controlling others. They're about protecting yourself. Choose one place where you'll stop leaking energy. Stop answering messages instantly. Stop saying yes automatically. Stop absorbing other people's emotions. Stop letting certain topics drain you. Stop offering your time freely. Stop overcommitting. Stop being available 24/7. A boundary is simply a rule you create to protect your inner world. You don't need to explain it. You don't need to defend it. You just need to honor it. Step 4. Create a minimum energy standard. Your life should be built around what strengthens you, not what drains you. Set rules like, I don't stay in conversations that disrespect me. I don't spend time with people who constantly complain. I don't engage in arguments that go nowhere. I don't participate in habits that make me weak. I don't spend hours doing things that leave me anxious. I don't tolerate environments that suffocate my clarity. This standard rewires your identity. Suddenly, you don't see yourself as someone who puts up with things. You see yourself as someone who protects their mind like it matters. Because it does. Step 5. Add daily energy boosters. Cutting drains is half of the habit. The other half is fueling yourself intentionally. Energy boosters include morning light, hydration, movement, deep breathing, clean spaces, nature, silence, healthy conversations, learning, small wins, breathing fresh air, listening to inspiring content, going to bed earlier. When you add boosters and remove drains, your entire life begins to feel lighter, calmer, clearer and more manageable. This is not self-help. This is energy architecture, restructuring your life so your mind can function at its best. Why this habit rewires your mindset? Because your energy shapes your patience, your focus, your discipline, your confidence, your attitude, your productivity, your emotional intelligence, your ability to handle stress, your decision-making, your resilience. High energy unlocks a stronger, more capable version of you. Low energy traps you in cycles you know you're capable of rising above, but can't escape because you're depleted. When you cut what drains your energy, you reclaim your power. Your clarity returns, your discipline strengthens, your self-worth rises, your mindset shifts from survival to strength. You stop letting life happen to you, you start designing it. Identity shift, who you become with this habit. You become someone who values their time and energy, someone who chooses alignment over obligation, someone who protects their peace instead of sacrificing it, someone who surrounds themselves with people who fuel them, someone who refuses to carry unnecessary emotional weight, someone whose life feels lighter because their mind feels lighter, someone who leads themselves, not someone who gets pulled around by external demands. Your identity becomes, my energy matters. I protect it with intention. And once you believe that, your entire life changes. Protect your energy. Short, strong, non-negotiable. Say it when you feel drained. Say it when you sense pressure. Say it when you're about to say yes out of guilt. Say it when your boundaries are tested. Protect your energy, always. Now that you've strengthened your energy and removed what weakens your mindset, you're ready for the final habit. The habit that binds everything together, the habit that transforms your identity more than any other. Consistency, not perfection. Chapter 10. Build consistency, not perfection. Perfection is a trap. Consistency is freedom. Most people stay stuck not because they lack talent or desire, but because they believe they need to perform perfectly in order to grow. They wait for the perfect time, the perfect routine, the perfect energy, the perfect mindset. And because perfection never comes, progress never begins. This is the final habit for a reason. Consistency is what transforms everything you've built so far into permanent identity. All the habits you've learned, intention, focus, strength, completion, creation, movement, reflection, learning, energy, protection, they only reshape your life if you repeat them. Not flawlessly, not impressively, but consistently. Before we build this final habit, we have to face the truth about the pain people carry. Most people punish themselves for inconsistency. They shame themselves for missing a day. They quit the moment they slip. They collapse when life interrupts. They treat growth as an all-or-nothing event, as if missing once means they've failed forever. And here's the painful reality. Perfection destroys more dreams than failure ever will. Perfection kills momentum. Perfection kills confidence. Perfection kills discipline. Perfection kills joy. Perfection kills identity. You don't need to be perfect to win. You only need to come back. This is the truth most people never realize until it's too late. Consistency is far more important than intensity, motivation, talent, or timing. Consistency means showing up even when it's not convenient. Consistency means doing a smaller version on hard days. Consistency means being flexible, not fragile. Consistency means staying connected to the habit, even in its simplest form. Consistency means forward movement, even 1 inch at a time. You don't need 100% days. You need enough days. You need repeatable days. You need days that build identity, not perfection. Let's break this habit into a system that makes consistency achievable, sustainable, and powerful. Step 1. Focus on the minimum version, not the perfect version. The minimum version is the simplest expression of the habit you can complete even on your worst day. For example, 1 minute of movement, 1 page of reading, 1 sentence of journaling, 1 intentional breath, 1 clutter-free action, 1 thought caught and reframed, 1 small uncomfortable step, 1 focused block of 5 minutes. When you lower the entry point, you remove resistance. When you remove resistance, you remove excuses. When you remove excuses, you build momentum. Your brain doesn't need perfection. Your brain needs connection, a signal that says, we're still doing this. The minimum version keeps the habit alive. Step 2. Stop the all or nothing thinking. This thinking destroys progress more than anything else. If I can't do it fully, I won't do it at all. If I missed 1 day, I failed. If I'm inconsistent this week, I should stop. If I didn't start perfectly, I shouldn't start. These beliefs are psychological traps created by fear. Growth is not all or nothing. It's something or nothing, and something will always outperform nothing. The most powerful people in the world are not perfect. They are persistent. Let your new rule be simple. Never zero. A small version beats a skipped day every time. Step 3. Create a 2-day rule. The 2-day rule is simple, powerful, and nearly foolproof. You're allowed to miss 1 day, never 2 in a row. Miss 1 day? Fine. Move on. Come back tomorrow. Miss 2 days in a row. The habit begins to die. Momentum breaks. Identity weakens. The 2-day rule protects your progress without demanding perfection. It keeps your habits alive without overwhelming your schedule. It gives you flexibility without sacrificing discipline. This rule alone can transform your consistency for life. Step 4. Track consistency, not performance. Most people track the wrong thing. They track results, they track intensity, they track outcomes. But results come later. Performance fluctuates. Outcomes are unpredictable. What matters most, the only thing that rewires your identity, is whether you showed up. Use a simple tracker, a calendar, a notes app, a habit app, a checkmark journal. Mark the days you showed up, no matter the size. The visual proof builds confidence. The streak builds momentum. The identity builds itself. This is not about productivity. This is about proof. When your brain sees the pattern, it begins to believe, this is who we are now. Step 5. Forgive quickly. Restart immediately. Guilt is the enemy of consistency. Shame is the enemy of growth. Self-criticism kills progress faster than failure ever will. You will miss days. You will slip. You will fall behind. You will have bad weeks. You will lose momentum sometimes. That's life. That's being human. That's normal. The problem is not missing. The problem is quitting because you missed. So forgive yourself fast. No drama, no self-punishment, no spiraling. Your new rule: restart immediately. Restarting is a superpower. Restarting builds resilience. Restarting builds identity. Restarting builds strength. Consistency is not about never falling. Consistency is about always returning. Why this habit rewires your mindset? Because consistency redefines who you believe you are. It rebuilds your identity from the ground up. Every time you show up, especially on days you don't feel like it, you teach your brain, I keep going. I don't disappear. I don't need perfection. I finish what I start. I can trust myself. I am disciplined. I'm becoming stronger. This identity becomes your new baseline, and once identity changes, behavior follows effortlessly. Consistency also rewires your brain through repetition, neural reinforcement, emotional stability, reduced decision fatigue, strengthened self-trust, increased motivation, lower resistance. Predictable progress. Consistency is mental architecture. It builds the life you want through small, repeated signals. Perfection builds nothing. Consistency builds everything. Identity shift, who you become with this habit. You become someone unshakable, someone who doesn't rely on motivation, someone who doesn't quit over minor setbacks, someone who adapts, adjusts, and continues, someone who moves forward even through chaos, someone who doesn't wait for perfect. They work with what they have. Someone whose habits become part of their identity. You become someone reliable to yourself. And that is the most powerful identity any human can carry. Do it daily. Not perfectly. Not impressively. Not dramatically. Just daily. Do it daily to become the person you want to be. Do it daily to build the mind you want to have. Do it daily until consistency becomes effortless. You have learned 10 habits, 10 anchors, 10 tools that can reshape your inner world on a level most people never experience. But a journey like this deserves closure, integration, and a final message that ties it all together. When you're ready for the final part of this audiobook, you've reached the end of this journey. But the truth is, this is only the beginning. You didn't listen to this audiobook just to feel inspired for a moment. You came here because something inside you was ready for change. Something inside you wanted more clarity, more discipline, more peace, more strength, more power over your own mind. Something inside you was done with cycles that no longer serve you. Now you have the tools. 10 habits, 10 levers, 10 anchors for a stronger life. Each habit alone can shift the direction of your mind. Combined, they can reshape your entire identity. But before you step into the next chapter of your life, there is one final truth you must hear. Clearly, directly, deeply. Nothing changes unless you begin, and everything changes once you do. Transformation doesn't happen in massive, dramatic moments. It happens in quiet choices, in consistent actions, in the small decisions you make every morning, in the habits you repeat when no one is watching, in the standards you set for yourself, in the discipline you build when it's inconvenient. Your life does not rise because you want it to. It rises because you choose to build it. Every day, you're training your mind with intention, with awareness, with discipline, with clarity, with presence. And those daily trainings, those tiny repetitions, are enough to reshape the way you think, the way you feel, the way you respond, the way you show up in the world. Remember the moments in your life when you felt strong, clear, and capable. Those moments did not come from luck. They came from alignment. And alignment is something you can create. Today, tomorrow, every day after. The habits you've learned here are more than routines. They are identity tools. They teach your mind who you are becoming. When you start your morning with intention, you tell your brain you lead your life. When you protect your focus, you tell your brain you direct your attention. When you do one hard thing, you tell your brain discomfort is growth. When you finish what you start, you teach your brain commitment. When you create more than you consume, you teach your brain contribution. When you move daily, you teach your brain energy. When you journal, you teach your brain clarity. When you learn daily, you teach your brain expansion. When you cut drains, you teach your brain self-respect. And when you stay consistent, you teach your brain identity. This is how transformation happens. Not from wishing, but from wiring. You are not behind. You are not too late. You are not broken. You are not stuck. You are simply early in the process of becoming someone new. And that is the most powerful place you can be. Before you leave this audiobook, take a breath, a real one. Feel your shoulders drop. Feel your mind settle. Feel your energy return to you. Feel the truth settle inside your chest. You're capable of far more than the life you've been tolerating. These habits are not about perfection. They're about alignment. They're about building the life you were meant to live, one deliberate action at a time. But here is the final reminder you must remember. Transformation is not a single moment. It is a choice you make repeatedly. There will be days you feel strong. There will be days you feel weak. There will be days you move quickly. There will be days you crawl. But if you keep going, even slowly, you will become unstoppable. Do not underestimate what your life can become in 1 year of consistent, aligned effort. Do not underestimate what your mind can become with daily intention. Do not underestimate what your identity can become when you keep your promises to yourself. You have everything you need. You have the tools. You have the clarity. You have the path. And now, you have the responsibility. Take one habit. Practice it today, then tomorrow, then the next day. You don't need to master all 10 at once. Start with one, then build, then expand. Your new life does not start when you feel ready. It starts when you begin. Beginning always happens in a single moment, like this one. This is your reminder. You're not a passive character in your story. You are the author, and you can rewrite everything. The next chapter of your life has not been written yet, but your habits will decide what it looks like. Step forward with intention. Step forward with clarity. Step forward with strength. Your new mindset begins now, and it begins with you. Real asking is not begging. It is not desperation. It is not a performance to prove your worth. Real asking is clarity. Real asking is calmness. Real asking is confidence expressed through steady words and grounded presence. And once you understand this, the way people respond to you begins to change in ways you never imagined. Most people don't receive what they want, not because they are unworthy, not because the world is unfair, but because no one ever taught them how to ask. Since childhood, many of us were trained to stay quiet, to not disturb others, to solve everything alone so we could appear strong. We were taught to hide our needs, to downplay our desires, to avoid looking vulnerable. So when life requires us to speak up, we carry the weight of fear, the fear of rejection, the fear of judgment, the fear of looking needy, emotional, or weak. But here's the truth. You are not weak when you ask. You are weak when you stay silent about what matters. You are weak when you deny the help, guidance, or support that could change your life. Silence steals more opportunities than rejection ever will. Asking is not about begging for approval. Asking is facing your desire with honesty and speaking it with a calm, steady tone. It is choosing truth over pride. It is choosing clarity over fear. It is choosing courage over the illusion of self-sufficiency. Because you understand one simple fact. You have the right to be heard. You have the right to make a request. You have the right to seek what aligns with your growth. There is a reason why people who ask tend to progress faster. It is not because they are better or luckier. It is because they move life forward by initiating. They don't wait. They don't hint. They don't hope someone magically understands their needs. They step forward and speak with intention. Think about it. Every breakthrough in your life began with a question for a chance, a question for guidance, a question for help, a question for clarity, a question that opened a door you couldn't open alone. Life shifts when you shift, and the very first shift is always a question. But to ask powerfully, you must master 3 things. You must know exactly what you're asking for. You must ask with the right energy, and you must detach from the outcome. Because when you ask from fear, your energy trembles. When you ask from lack, people feel the pressure. When you ask from desperation, the thing you want moves further away. But when you ask from calmness, when you ask from a place of self-respect and inner steadiness, the world responds differently. People feel safe around calm energy. They trust it more. They open to it more. The next 90 minutes are not about hype or motivational noise. This is not a speech meant to make you feel good for a moment. This is a journey inward. Asking is emotional discipline. Asking is inner clarity. Asking is self-leadership. It is the skill that determines the quality of your connections, your opportunities, your career, and your relationships. In this audiobook, you will learn how to ask without fear, how to express your needs without shrinking, how to make a request without making people uncomfortable, how to speak with calm authority instead of anxious urgency. You will understand why sometimes a no isn't rejection, it's timing, clarity, or energy. And you will learn to handle that no with maturity, dignity, and steadiness. We will walk through 10 chapters. Each chapter removes a layer of fear. Each chapter builds a layer of confidence. Each chapter trains a different part of your emotional intelligence. You will learn to face the fear of asking, to identify your real needs, to release pride, shame, and ego, to ask with calm, grounded energy, to be specific and direct, to communicate value instead of pressure, to master timing, to detach from outcomes, to handle rejection with strength. And finally, to become the kind of person people naturally say yes to. This is not the art of manipulation. This is not about forcing outcomes. This is the art of alignment, of asking in a way that honors you and respects the other person. It is the art of clarity, presence, and sincerity. Asking does not change who you are. It reveals the stronger, braver version of you that has been buried under years of silence. It reminds you that receiving begins with expressing, and that everything you want becomes possible the moment you dare to speak it. So take a breath, settle your mind, and enter this journey with openness. Ask clearly, ask calmly, ask without fear. Chapter 1. Face the fear of asking. Most people never ask for what they truly want, not because they're incapable, but because they're afraid. Afraid of rejection, afraid of judgment, afraid of looking weak, needy, or unworthy. This fear runs deeper than people admit, and for many, it shapes their entire life without them ever noticing. We were raised to hold our needs inside. We learned, directly or indirectly, that asking makes us a burden. Speaking up makes us difficult, that showing desire makes us vulnerable. By the time we become adults, silence feels safer than expression. Avoidance feels safer than honesty. Holding everything in feels easier than risking a moment of exposure. But silence steals more opportunities than rejection ever will. You know this truth. You've felt it. You've lived it. There's something you want. Something real. Something meaningful. Yet when the moment arrives to ask for it, your nerve collapses. Your voice weakens. Your mind spirals into imagined consequences. You picture someone frowning, someone dismissing you, someone saying no, and you retreat before the moment even begins. This fear doesn't mean you're broken. It means you're wired for survival. Your nervous system is built to avoid shame and social disapproval. It's not your fault, but it is your responsibility to outgrow the instincts that no longer serve you. Because those instincts, if left unchallenged, will trap you inside a life that remains smaller than your potential. You cannot receive what you are too afraid to ask for. Let that truth settle. People who get what they want aren't always more talented or more deserving. They're simply more willing to speak their needs out loud. They open doors with their words instead of hoping someone else notices their silence. They treat asking like a skill, not a gamble. You can do the same. But first, you have to confront the fear that stops your voice. Not through force, not through denial, through awareness. Fear grows in the dark. It weakens when examined, and the moment you walk toward it instead of away from it, it begins to lose its grip. Picture this. You stand before a door that leads to your next chapter. You can feel the potential behind it. Opportunity, connection, progress. But that door opens only when you knock. Your hand hovers in the air, inches from action, yet frozen by imagined consequences. The fear isn't in the door. The fear is in the distance between your intention and your action. Asking is that action. The moment you do it, the fear breaks. To reach that moment, you need a practice that strengthens your courage internally, not externally. A method that trains your mind to stay steady instead of shrinking. Identify what you've been afraid to ask. You don't have to write anything down. Just look inward. Think of the things you've avoided saying. Think of the needs you've hoped someone else would magically understand. Think of the opportunities you let pass because you convinced yourself, maybe later. Clarity begins the moment you stop running from your desires. Ask for one small thing today. Keep it simple. Ask for a clearer explanation. Ask for someone's time. Ask for help lifting something. Ask for a minor adjustment, a small preference, or a tiny favor. The goal isn't the request. The goal is the act of asking. Every small ask builds emotional tolerance. Every small ask teaches your nervous system that vulnerability is survivable. Every small ask strengthens your voice for bigger moments ahead. Notice your physical reactions. Instead of obeying them before you ask, pay attention internally. Does your chest tighten? Does your breath shorten? Does your mind rush? Does your body tense as if danger is near? These reactions are old patterns, not present threats. When you observe them instead of obeying them, you reclaim control from your fear. This is how courage is built. Not from eliminating fear, but from moving anyway. As you practice, remember that asking will never feel completely comfortable. And it doesn't need to. Comfort is not the goal. Growth is. People waste years waiting for a moment when asking won't feel scary. That moment doesn't exist. What exists is the choice to act despite fear, to choose your future over your fear, your voice over your silence, your possibilities over your imagination of rejection. You deserve a life where your needs have a voice. You deserve relationships where your feelings matter. You deserve opportunities that open because you step toward them. And this chapter is the first step. Let yourself imagine a life where asking is natural, not terrifying. Imagine relationships where expressing your needs earns respect instead of judgment. Imagine walking into conversations with quiet confidence instead of silent hesitation. Imagine doors opening simply because you knocked. This isn't fantasy. It's what happens when you face the fear that has ruled you for so long. You don't need to be fearless. You just need to be honest. Honest about what you want. Honest about what you feel. Honest about the simple truth that asking is not weakness. It is self-respect in motion. And when the fear rises, as it always will, remind yourself. Fear is not a stop sign. Fear is a doorway. Walk through it. Fear fades when you face it. Chapter 2. Know what you're really asking for. You cannot ask clearly if you do not know what you truly want. And most people don't actually know. They think they do. They believe their desires are obvious. But when they look deeper, what they want on the surface is rarely what they need underneath. This is why asking feels confusing, intimidating, or overwhelming. You don't just fear the act of asking. You fear asking for the wrong thing. You fear misidentifying the real need. You fear exposing something that isn't fully formed in your mind yet. If your desire is unclear, your voice becomes unclear too. And unclear asking leads to inconsistent results. Clarity is not automatic. Clarity is a decision. Every request you make has a deeper layer beneath it. You're rarely asking for the thing itself. You're asking for what the thing represents. People don't ask for money. They ask for stability, freedom, or a sense of control. People don't ask for attention. They ask to feel seen, valued, or emotionally safe. People don't ask for a favor. They ask for support, partnership, or reassurance. When you don't understand the deeper need, you end up making the wrong request, and the wrong request leads to the wrong outcome. Imagine someone saying, "I want more time," but what they actually want is less stress. Imagine someone saying, "I want a new job," but what they actually want is respect. Imagine someone saying, "I want love," but what they actually want is emotional safety. If you misunderstand your own desires, you will communicate them in the wrong direction. This is why inner clarity is the foundation of powerful asking. You cannot articulate what you cannot identify. Before you speak to others, you must be willing to speak honestly to yourself. Clarity feels uncomfortable at first because it asks you to remove the excuses, stories, and illusions that hide your real motivations. You must look at the need beneath the want, and that requires honesty many people avoid. But clarity is liberation. Clarity gives direction. Clarity makes asking simple, direct, and confident. Picture yourself walking into a store. If you say, "I want something nice," the salesperson can't help you. If you say, "I'm not sure, maybe something interesting," the confusion continues. But the moment you say, "I want this specific thing for this specific reason," everything becomes easy. Life is the same way. People aren't mind readers. They don't know what to give you if you don't know what to ask for. Vague asking creates vague outcomes. Precise asking creates precise results. The good news is this: clarity can be trained. It is not a gift. It is a skill. Practice. Name the desire, then name the need. Think of something you want to ask for. Then go one level deeper. What emotion sits underneath that wanting? Are you asking for convenience? Or are you asking for support? Are you asking for approval? Or are you asking for partnership? Are you asking for control? Or are you asking for relief? When you know the deeper layer, you know the real request. Practice. Remove the story and stay with the truth. Many people attach long explanations to their desires. They justify, they apologize, they hide the truth under layers of extra words. But truthful asking requires simplicity, not storytelling. Ask yourself, what is the truth beneath this request? Then say that truth, directly, calmly, confidently. No excuses, no over-explaining, no performance, just clarity. Practice. Make your request one sentence, not a monologue. Confusion hides inside long sentences. Clarity lives in short ones. If you struggle to ask for something in one sentence, you're not clear enough. If you need paragraphs to explain your desire, you don't yet understand it. One sentence forces focus. One sentence forces precision. One sentence reveals the truth. When your request becomes clear to you, it becomes clear to the world. Practice. Separate what you want from what you think you're allowed to want. This is where many people get stuck. They adjust their desires to be reasonable. They aim lower to avoid disappointment. They convince themselves that wanting too much is embarrassing. But there is a difference between unrealistic expectations and suppressed desires, and many people confuse the two. Your desire doesn't need permission. It needs expression. When you downplay what you want, you are not being humble. You are being dishonest with yourself. Clarity means telling the truth about what you want, even if it scares you, even if it feels big, even if you fear someone will judge you for it. If you cannot admit your desire to yourself, you will never be able to ask for it from anyone else. Practice. Test your clarity by imagining the outcome. Ask yourself, if I receive exactly what I'm asking for, will it give me what I actually need? If the answer is no, then you're asking for the wrong thing. If the answer is partly, then the request needs refinement. If the answer is yes, then the path becomes clear. This simple test prevents miscommunication, disappointment, and confusion on both sides. The clearer you are with yourself, the easier asking becomes. The easier asking becomes, the easier receiving becomes. When you know what you truly want, fear begins to shrink. Because clarity gives confidence. Clarity removes hesitation. Clarity eliminates the shaky energy that makes asking feel risky. You stand taller. Your voice stabilizes. Your presence strengthens. And people feel that shift. They respond differently when your request carries purpose instead of uncertainty. They trust your intention. They understand your direction. They can give you what you actually need. Everything changes when your desire becomes unmistakable. What am I really asking for? What need sits beneath my request? And does my request match my real desire? These questions are the heart of this chapter. Powerful asking begins with powerful understanding. You cannot ask for the right thing if you're confused about the truth inside you. Clarity is not loud. Clarity is not dramatic. Clarity is not emotional chaos. Clarity is quiet. Clarity is steady. Clarity is precise. And when you speak from that place, people listen differently. They respond differently. They trust you differently. Because you finally trust yourself. You receive more when you ask for the right thing. Chapter 3. Remove pride, shame, and ego. The greatest barrier to asking is not fear. It is pride. The second barrier is shame, and the third is ego. These three forces sit quietly inside you, shaping your choices without making a sound. Pride whispers that you should handle everything alone. Shame tells you that your needs make you weak. Ego convinces you that asking is beneath you. Together, they form a wall that separates you from the support, connection, and growth you deserve. Most people avoid asking not because the task is difficult, but because these inner forces distort their perception of what asking actually means. Pride says, if I ask, I lose status. Shame says, if I ask, I reveal too much. Ego says, if I ask, I give others power over me. But none of these messages are true. They are emotional illusions created by old wounds, old experiences, and old beliefs you've never questioned. Pride protects your image, not your well-being. Shame protects your secrets, not your future. Ego protects your identity, not your growth. These forces keep you small, they keep you silent, they keep you from forming deeper connections with the people who could help you, guide you, or support you. They convince you that self-reliance is strength, even when it becomes self-sabotage. There is a moment in every person's life when pride becomes too heavy to carry, when shame becomes too loud to ignore, when ego becomes too fragile to maintain. That moment is usually when life finally forces you to confront the truth. You cannot grow without letting yourself be seen. Asking is not a sign of weakness. Asking is a sign of self-respect. Picture someone drowning in deep water but refusing to call for help. They try to stay afloat while insisting, "I'm fine." Their pride tells them that admitting struggle is failure. Their ego tells them that needing rescue is humiliating. Their shame tells them that asking for help would expose their limits. And so they sink, slowly, quietly, unnecessarily. Now picture the same person lifting their head, raising their hand, and calling out. That moment of honesty becomes the reason they survive. Not because someone saved them, but because they allowed themselves to be saved. This is the emotional truth behind every meaningful ask. You cannot be supported if you pretend you don't need support. Practice. Identify which voice holds you back. Take a quiet moment and ask yourself, when I hesitate to ask for something important, what emotion rises first? Is it the stiffness of pride? Is it the tightness of shame? Is it the defensiveness of ego? Each one feels different. Pride feels rigid. It tells you that you must do everything alone because independence is part of your identity. Shame feels heavy. It tells you that your needs are too much, too complicated, or too embarrassing. Ego feels sharp. It tells you that if you ask, people will have power over you. Identifying the voice is the first step in disarming it. Practice. Rewrite the meaning of asking. Most people grew up associating asking with weakness, but that belief collapses when you redefine the act itself. Asking is not, "I can't do this." Asking is, "I care enough about this to do it the right way." Asking is not, "I am incapable." Asking is, "I am intentional." You rewrite the meaning by shifting your internal narrative. Instead of saying, "If I ask, they'll think less of me," tell yourself, "If I ask clearly, they will understand me better." Instead of saying, "If I ask, I'll look needy," remind yourself, honest communication creates strong relationships. Instead of saying, "I must figure this out alone," consider, collaboration leads to better outcomes. This shift doesn't happen instantly. It happens through repeated truth-telling. Practice. Lower your guard without losing your strength. One of the biggest misconceptions about asking is that vulnerability equals weakness. In reality, vulnerability is a form of honesty, and honesty is the foundation of emotional strength. Lowering your guard doesn't mean lowering your standards. It doesn't mean allowing yourself to be disrespected. It simply means allowing yourself to be human, allowing yourself to express a need without apologizing for it, allowing yourself to be real, not polished. You are strongest when you no longer need to prove strength. Practice. Speak the need without the mask. Most people speak in circles around what they want. They add disclaimers. They soften their voice. They wrap the request in unnecessary politeness. This is the mask, the attempt to protect the ego from possible rejection. But masks make communication harder, not easier. Masks confuse people. Masks hide the truth. Speaking without the mask sounds like this. "This is what I need. This is why it matters. This is how you can help." You are not demanding. You are not begging. You are expressing. Practice. Let your humanity lead. You will never outgrow your need for connection. You will never outgrow your need for clarity. You will never outgrow your need to feel supported. These are not flaws. These are the natural truths of being human. Let your humanity lead when you ask. Not your pride, not your shame, not your ego. People respond to honesty because it is rare. People respect clarity because it is trustworthy. People open up to authenticity because it invites genuine connection. When you show your humanity, you invite others to show theirs. Prompt. Reflect with courage. Ask yourself with complete honesty, what emotion stops me from expressing what I want? Where did I learn that asking is embarrassing? What part of me is afraid of being seen too clearly? These questions reveal the shadows behind your hesitation. They turn avoidance into awareness. Awareness becomes strength, and strength makes asking natural. You no longer hide behind your image. You no longer protect a fragile identity. You no longer choose silence to avoid vulnerability. You choose truth. You choose clarity. You choose growth. Because at the end of it all, pride will not build your future. Shame will not build your confidence. Ego will not build your relationships, but asking will. You are not less when you ask. You become more. You become more honest, more connected, more powerful. And this chapter becomes the turning point. Asking is self-respect in motion. Chapter 4. Ask with calm energy, not desperation. People don't respond to your words. They respond to your energy. You can say all the right things, but if you say them with tension, fear, or emotional pressure, the message changes. Your tone changes, your presence changes, and the person listening feels something is off, even if they can't explain why. Desperation is loud, even when the words are quiet. Calmness is powerful, even when the words are soft. Asking is not just about what you say. It is about what you radiate. When you ask from a place of calm, grounded confidence, people naturally lean in. When you ask from a place of panic or neediness, people instinctively pull away. Humans are wired to feel the emotional state behind the request. We sense urgency. We sense insecurity. We sense fear. And we sense calm. This chapter is about mastering that calm. Not the fake kind that hides panic beneath a smile. Not the forced kind that tries to appear strong. But the real calm that comes from inner steadiness. A calm that allows you to ask without shrinking, without clinging, and without performing. Calm energy is confidence. Desperate energy is pressure. And no one responds well to pressure. Every time you ask for something, the emotional temperature of the moment shifts. If your energy spikes with need, the other person feels responsible for your emotional stability. They feel trapped. They feel obligated. They feel like saying yes would mean carrying the weight of your emotions. That's why desperate asking pushes people away. Not because the request is wrong, but because the energy is heavy. Calm asking, on the other hand, feels light. It feels intentional. It feels respectful of both sides. When your voice is steady, your posture relaxed, and your request grounded, people feel safe enough to respond honestly. You're not forcing them. You're not clinging to them. You're not depending on them for emotional survival. You're simply expressing a need with confidence. Picture two versions of the same moment. In the first version, someone rushes in, speaking too fast, shoulders tense, eyes darting. Their voice wavers, and the request pours out like a plea. The listener immediately feels uneasy, not because the request is unreasonable, but because the energy carries urgency and fear. Now picture the second version, the same request, but spoken slowly. Steady breath, clear tone, relaxed shoulders, grounded presence. The listener feels respected, not pressured. They feel invited, not cornered. The difference is not the words. The difference is the energy. Practice. Slow down before you speak. When you feel the urge to ask for something, pause. Take one slow breath, then another. Let your shoulders drop. Let your jaw soften. Let your mind settle. Calmness is physical before it becomes emotional. Your body teaches your voice how to sound. A single slow breath can turn desperation into clarity. Practice. Remove emotional weight from your request. You don't need to perform. You don't need to justify excessively. You don't need to signal that your happiness depends on the answer. State your request simply, clearly, and without emotional attachment. This is what I'm asking. This is why it matters. This is what it helps accomplish. The less emotional weight you place on the moment, the more comfortable the other person feels responding. Practice. Focus on presence, not perfection. Many people try so hard to say the perfect words that they lose sincerity. Their mind races, their voice tightens, their energy becomes chaotic. Presence matters more than perfection. When you are fully present in the moment, grounded, aware, relaxed, you naturally communicate with strength and clarity. You no longer chase the perfect script. You simply express the truth. Practice. Ask from wholeness, not lack. Before you speak, check your energy. Are you asking because you are afraid? Are you asking because you feel incomplete? Are you asking because you want reassurance? Or are you asking because the request is aligned, clear, and meaningful? When you ask from lack, your request carries anxiety. When you ask from wholeness, your request carries confidence. Wholeness is not perfection. Wholeness is self-respect. Practice. Protect the other person's emotional freedom. This is the secret few people understand. People say yes more often when they feel free to say no. If your energy communicates that you will collapse, panic, or fall apart if they decline, you remove their emotional freedom, and people resist that. But if your energy communicates, I'll be okay either way, you create space for honesty, and honesty builds trust. Calm energy says, I want this. I'm confident asking for it. and I respect whatever answer comes. This is emotional maturity. This is true inner strength. Prompt, reflect with honesty. What does my energy feel like when I ask for something? Do I create pressure without realizing it? Does my presence make the moment feel safe or heavy? These questions require courage. They ask you to examine not just your words, but your embodiment. Not just your request, but your energy. When you understand your emotional presence, you gain control over the experience of asking. You no longer depend on anxiety to guide you. You no longer allow fear to twist your tone. You no longer approach people with urgency that repels them. You ask with steady strength. You ask with quiet certainty. You ask with a calm energy that says, I am grounded, I am clear, and I am not defined by this moment. When you ask like this, something shifts in the room. People feel it. They trust you more. They understand you more. They respect you more. Because calm energy communicates maturity. It communicates stability. It communicates self-worth. And the world responds to someone who knows how to hold their own emotional center. Calm energy invites yes. Desperate energy repels it. Ask from the place within you that is steady, not scared. Ask from the place within you that is whole, not lacking. Ask from the place within you that trusts itself, not the outcome. This is how powerful asking begins. This is how confident communication develops. This is how you move from seeking approval to expressing truth. Most people try to get what they want by increasing their intensity. But real influence grows when you decrease your emotional pressure. Strength is not loud. Strength is calm. Strength is grounded. Strength is clear. And when your strength speaks, people listen. Calm energy gets yes. Chapter 5. The power of specific asking. Most people don't get what they want because they don't ask specifically enough. They ask vaguely, hoping others will fill in the blanks. But no one can fill in the blanks for you. Vague asking creates confusion. Confusion creates hesitation. Hesitation creates distance, and distance creates disappointment. When you say things like, "Can you help me?" or "I need something," you leave the other person guessing. Guessing leads to misunderstandings, and misunderstandings lead to outcomes that don't match what you had in mind. Specificity removes guessing. Specificity removes friction. Specificity removes the emotional fog that makes communication harder than it needs to be. Specific asking is powerful because it removes uncertainty, for you and for the person listening. When you clearly state what you want, when you want it, and why it matters, people can respond with confidence instead of confusion. Clarity creates confidence. Confidence creates cooperation. This applies to every area of life. Work, relationships, collaboration, support, opportunities. People want to help you, but they need guidance. They need direction. They need to understand exactly what success looks like. Imagine someone asking you, "Can you help me with this project?" Your mind immediately raises questions. What exactly do they need? How long will it take? What role should I play? What does help mean to them? Now imagine someone saying, "Can you review this document for grammar and send feedback by 3 p.m.? You understand immediately. You know the task. You know the expectation. You know the timeline. Specific asking eliminates friction. Vague asking creates it. Picture a spotlight shining on a dark stage. The brighter and narrower the beam, the clearer the focus. The dimmer and wider the beam, the more everything blurs together. Specificity is the spotlight that sharpens the moment. The human brain likes clarity because clarity reduces cognitive load. When your request is specific, the listener doesn't have to decode, interpret, or assume anything. They simply respond. That makes everything easier for both sides. Practice. Define the exact request before you say it. Before you speak, ask yourself, What exactly am I asking for? What does the final result look like? What action do I want them to take? If you cannot answer these questions clearly, you are not ready to ask. Because if you are unclear with yourself, you will be unclear with others. Specific asking begins inside your mind before it becomes words. Practice. Keep the request short, direct, and concrete. Specific asking uses simple language, not long explanations. Say what you need in clear terms. I need. I want. Could you do? Please send. Short sentences create strong requests. Long, winding explanations turn into emotional fog. Clarity is simplicity. Simplicity is strength. Practice. Communicate the timeline. Most vague requests fail because they lack timing. People don't know whether you mean now, later, tomorrow, or whenever. If time matters, state it. If timing is flexible, state that too. By the end of the day, before the meeting. Sometime this week. When you have a moment, no rush. These details remove confusion, and removing confusion builds trust. Practice. Explain the purpose without over-explaining. Specific asking often includes the why, but the why should be concise, not a story. This helps me finish the report. This supports the team. This helps us stay aligned. Purpose creates context, and context increases cooperation. But too much context becomes noise. Practice. Describe the finish line, not the entire road. People don't need every detail. They need the destination. What does success look like? That's the real question you must answer. When you describe the finish line, the specific outcome, you give others a clear target. The how can be flexible. The what must be precise. Specificity unlocks efficiency. Specificity unlocks alignment. Specificity unlocks better results. Practice. Speak with grounded confidence, not apology. Many people weaken their requests by apologizing or minimizing them. They say, "Sorry, could you maybe? I hate to bother you, but..." If it's not too much trouble. These phrases dilute clarity. They diminish confidence. They transform simple requests into emotional puzzles. Specific asking is not demanding. It is not aggressive. It is not controlling. It is neutral clarity expressed with respect. The tone is, "This is what I need. This is when I need it. And thank you." This kind of clarity feels strong but not harsh, direct but not pushy, precise but not cold. Prompt. Reflect on your communication patterns. Ask yourself, do I expect others to guess what I want? Do I stay vague because I fear sounding too direct? Do I avoid clarity because I fear being judged? These patterns often begin in childhood, from environments where speaking directly felt risky. But adulthood requires a different skill set. It asks for emotional maturity, not emotional guessing. It asks for honest communication, not hidden expectations. Prompt. Reflect on how clarity would change your life. What would improve if you asked more specifically? Your relationships, your career, your teamwork, your ability to get what you actually want. Specific asking prevents resentment because it prevents misunderstanding. It prevents disappointment because it prevents misalignment. It creates stronger trust because it creates clearer expectations. The world responds better to clear signals than blurry ones. When you speak clearly, people listen differently. When you ask precisely, people respond more effectively. When you remove vagueness, you remove unnecessary conflict. Your life becomes simpler, your interactions become smoother, your results become sharper. Because you finally stopped hoping people would figure it out and you started guiding them with clarity. Clarity increases your odds. Specificity strengthens your voice, and specific asking changes everything. Say what you need. Say it clearly. Say it directly. And watch how the world answers you with more accuracy, more respect, and more support than ever before. Clarity creates results. Chapter 6. Communicate value, not demand. People don't say yes because you ask. They say yes because your request feels respectful, clear, and valuable. Most requests fail because they feel like pressure instead of partnership. Even when the words are polite, the energy behind them can feel heavy. Rushed tone, anxious urgency, or subtle entitlement. People sense when they're being pulled, pushed, or cornered. And the natural human response to pressure is resistance. When you communicate value, everything shifts. Your request feels lighter. The moment feels safer. The other person feels considered instead of used. Value is not manipulation. Value is clarity. It means showing why the request matters, not in a dramatic way, but in a grounded, purposeful way. When someone understands how their contribution makes a difference, their willingness to help rises naturally. People want to feel helpful, not obligated. Imagine someone asking you, "Can you do this?" with no context, no gratitude, no clarity. Now imagine someone saying, "Your input will make this stronger. Could you take a look?" Same task, completely different emotional impact. Value invites cooperation, demand invites resistance. To communicate value, begin by slowing your tone. Let the person feel that you are speaking with intentionality, not desperation. A calm voice shows that you respect their time, not claim it. Appreciation also plays a role. Not flattery, but honest acknowledgement. A simple, "I appreciate your help," reshapes the emotional atmosphere. People respond better when they feel autonomous. Give them space. Phrases like, "If this works for you," or "when you have a moment," protect their freedom. When someone feels free to decline, they're more comfortable saying yes. Your energy is part of the message. If you ask with tension, they feel tension. If you ask with calmness, they feel calmness. If you ask with respect, they feel respected. Communicating value also means sharing the purpose without oversharing. You don't need long explanations that create emotional fog. You only need clarity. This helps us move forward. Your insight improves this. This keeps us aligned. Simplicity is strength. Respect is influence. Value is persuasion. People are far more likely to help when helping feels meaningful. And they are far more willing to say yes when the request comes from someone who leads with maturity instead of entitlement. When you communicate value, you elevate the moment. When you communicate value, you elevate the relationship. And when you communicate value, the world becomes more open to supporting you. Chapter 7. The timing principle. A good request at the wrong time becomes a bad request. Timing doesn't just influence the outcome, it shapes it. Right timing turns asking into a connection. Wrong timing turns it into conflict. Most people focus only on what they want to say. They rarely consider when they should say it. But timing is a quiet force that determines whether your words land with clarity or collide with resistance. You can be clear, respectful, and calm, yet still get a no simply because the moment was misaligned. Humans are emotional beings. We react not only to the message, but to the moment. And some moments simply cannot receive a request, no matter how well crafted it is. Timing is about emotional awareness. Timing is about reading the room. Timing is about understanding when a person's mind and heart are open and when they are not. This chapter teaches you how to sense the right moment, not force it. Imagine someone interrupting you while you are stressed, busy, or mentally overloaded. Even a small request feels heavy because your emotional bandwidth is low. Now imagine the same person approaching you when your energy is lighter, calmer, more open. The request feels easier. Nothing about the request changed, only the timing. People don't reject requests. People reject pressure placed at the wrong time. Timing is respect in motion. It communicates that you see the other person. It shows you're not trapped in your own urgency. It signals emotional maturity. When you ask at the right time, your words flow into an open space. When you ask at the wrong time, your words collide with a closed door. Picture a river. When the tide is rising, the water lifts everything naturally. But when the tide is falling, pushing forward becomes struggle. Asking works the same way. The emotional tide matters. Before you ask for anything, observe the person. Are they tense, distracted, rushed, irritated, preoccupied? Their body language gives clues you cannot ignore. Tension in the face, short answers, fast movements, closed posture. These are signs the emotional weather is stormy. You don't sail during a storm, you wait for calmer water. Every interaction contains small windows, moments when the other person relaxes, pauses, or transitions between tasks. These are powerful openings. People are more receptive when they have just finished something, not when they are deep in the middle of it. After a meeting, between tasks, during a break, in a natural lull in the conversation. These windows matter more than most people realize. Many people ruin their chances by pushing at the